Hello. Hello.
Hello, 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 mic test, hello, 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 mic test, hello, hello. Hello, 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 mic test, hello, hello. Hello, 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 mic test, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, mic test, hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, mic test, hello,
Hello, check.
hello, check, hello, check, hello, check. Mic, output. Hello.
Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, mic check. Hello. കുറവാട്ടാ. Hello, mic test.
Hello, check. Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Zoom it out. Hello, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, mic test. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, mic test. Hello. അത് നീ ഇത് നോക്കട്ടെ, അത് കുറച്ച് ഇത് കൊടുക്കും, അതിന്റെ ലെവൽ കൊടുക്കും. ആ അത് മതി, കുറച്ച് മതി, കുറച്ച്. ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ ഹലോ മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 മൈക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ്. ഹലോ 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 അത് ഇത് എക്സ്റ്റേണൽ മൈക്കിലോട്ട് തന്നെ ഉണ്ടോ? എക്സ്റ്റേണൽ മൈക്ക്
ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇട്ടാ അല്ല ഔട്ട്പുട്ടിന് അത് കറക്റ്റ് പ്രോപ്പർ ഔട്ട് കിട്ടും അതാകുമ്പോ
Hello, 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 check, hello, 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 check, hello, 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 check, hello,
Good morning, sir. May I request the dignitaries to come out to the dais and occupy their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let us listen ICR Geet. All are to be seated.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण। शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक। हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की, शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक। आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
I invite Kumari Ashwita for the invocation. I request all of you to stand for the same.
எனக்கு ஒரு பச்சை கலர் மூட்டை இந்த மருந்து 2 வச்சுட்டு
நான் ஏற்கனவே அதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து நான் எழுதிக்கிட்டேன். இந்த 1 கிலோ பாக்கெட் 7 சரிங்களா? இந்த ப்ளூ கலர் பாக்கெட் 1, கால் கலர் பாக்கெட் 1, இந்த பாக்கெட் 1,
2
ஒண்ணுண்ணா.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय, सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा। निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव, सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। आकाशस्याधिपो विष्णुः, अग्निश्चैव महेश्वरी। वायु सूर्यक्षितेरिषः, जीवनस्य गणाधिपः। षोडशैतानि नामानि, यः पठेत् शृणुयादपि। विद्यारम्भे विवाहे च, प्रवेशे दीर्घमे तथा। संग्रामे सर्वकार्येषु, विघ्नस्तस्य न जायते। संग्रामे सर्वकार्येषु, विघ्नस्तस्य न जायते। एकदन्ताय विद्महे, वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि। तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात्, तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात्। एकदन्ताय विद्महे, वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि। तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात्, तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात्।
Now I would like to invite Shri Manish Raghav, Joint Advisor TRAI, to officially welcome all the dignitaries and everyone gathered here for the seminar.
A very good morning, everyone. It's very nice to see the young and bright faces in the morning who are present here. Wonderful. Okay, it's immense pleasure for us, the team from TRAI, which includes Shri Chanchuranji, my colleague, Mr. Kole, and myself, Manish Raghav. Immense pleasure to be here to organize this seminar on smart farming in 5G era, which is being organized in association with CPCRI. So, as the MC has brought out a role of TRAI, I'll just like to, in brief, mention few more things. TRAI was raised in 1997 with the aim to protect the interest of the consumers, but also alongside facilitate the growth of telecom and broadcasting services in the country. So with this aim, TRAI over period of time has been in news. We have taken out various regulations, directions, orders, which helps our achieving of aim. And you all are generally witness to the various regulations which are there for your protection. So TRAI headquarters is in Delhi, but we need to maintain a close contact with our consumers, the users. So there are 5 regional offices which are there in the country, and regional office Bangalore is one of them, which looks after your state of Kerala. So at regional offices is always an initiative or endeavor to maintain a close relation with our users and stakeholders. To achieve this, whenever technological changes are happening in the country or something new is happening in the country, we try to meet our stakeholders. We try to organize such seminars where we can discuss the potential of the technology, what we have to offer. When I say we, it includes are the telecom service providers, because they are the one who will deliver on ground. So we discuss with our stakeholders what we have to offer, and to understand, very important part is to understand the user perspective, to understand from you what is your requirement, so that it can be delivered in the same mindset. So today's seminar, what we are organizing here, is a part of such initiative taken by us. For this session, for this seminar, I'd like to introduce you with our chief guest. Our chief guest for this seminar is Dr. K. Muralidharan, the director in charge and the HOD of CPCRI. I'd like to welcome sir for this seminar, please. I'd like to welcome our next guest, Dr. K.P. Chandran, the principal scientist, CPCRI. Please. He's been our main point of contact. I can say the main workforce for organizing the seminar. It was not possible for us to do it remotely without his assistance. Thank you. I'll now like to welcome all the distinguished speakers who have taken out time and traveled all the way to reach here, who are present here. I'd like to welcome you all for this seminar. I'd like to welcome the August gathering, which comprise of professors, the senior scientists, the researchers, the students, the faculty of CPCRI. I'd like to welcome all of you for this seminar. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't welcome my service providers, because they, as I mentioned, they are the force behind our initiative. So I'd like to welcome the representative of TSPs who have traveled from their offices far away and are present to attend this seminar. They have a lot to contribute, I can tell you all. So I welcome you all. Now in brief, I'll like to mention about the conduct of the seminar. This seminar is divided in 5 sessions. So after the completion of inaugural session, we'll start with session 1 and 2. Then we'll take a short tea break, which is being organized here outside only. Then we'll have session 3 and 4, which will be followed by lunch. For lunch, we'll be going to the canteen and it's being organized there. Post lunch is session 5. And a very important part of today's event, discussion. We have given a lot of time for our discussion and discuss the takeaways for that part. So that will be in the end, and then we'll conclude with a high tea. So this is the broad plan for today. And I can assure you all that this initiative being taken by TRAI and CPCRI will go a long way in enhancing our understanding on this subject of smart farming in 5G era. Thank you so much, and welcome to you all once again.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, and as a host institute, it is our proud privilege to welcome our guests from TRAI who are behind this program, and I very wholeheartedly welcome our Sri Chandrajudan sir, the Joint Advisor, TRAI. I also welcome Sri Manish Raghavji, the Joint Advisor, TRAI, who is also behind this program, and wholeheartedly welcome Sri Manish Raghavji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon Sri K. Chandrachudan, Joint Advisor, TRAI, for his remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, a very warm welcome to this seminar organized by TRAI in association with CPCRI Kasaragod. TRAI has just concluded its Silver Jubilee celebration a couple of days ago. I have been largely part of that 25 years of journey. Today, when I stand here and look at this audience represent the transformation of telecom services in the country. When we started off in the late 1990s, it was all about landline. I think there are very few people of my age group. They will recall that after the sunset, the most lively place anywhere in the country was a PCO booth. People used to throng the PCO booth, waiting for the start of 7 p.m. and up to till even midnight, and after that to make calls to their near and dear. Mobile services was just taken off, and it was launched in a few major cities. There was a lot of skepticism about the future of telecom services in the country, especially with regard to mobile services. They have reasons for that kind of operations also. You know, we were, and even now we are a country with a very low per capita income. We lag behind the developed countries in many of the socio-economic indicators. But we kept moving on. You all know how after so many years, we indeed have created history. We achieved in very few years, which even some of the developed countries took 25 to 50 years to reach. So today, when we talk of telecom services, will anybody talk of STD booth or a landline or those telephone poles or the wires hanging about head? No. What we talk about, online e-commerce, online booking, weather forecasting, e-education, e-health, online reservation, online gaming, entertainment, education, etc., etc. So that is a kind of transformation that has been taken place in the last 20 to 25 years. So there is a complete change of perception in the mind of users of telecom services. So we also decided that since the telecom that was handed over to TRAI 25 years ago, the definition still remained the same. We just regulate the pipe that carries all this data, messages, calls, etc. We have no control over the content. But we decided that it is always better to engage with the industries, the sectors, the organizations, the R&D centers, which is using telecom services, telecom technology in many ways to improve our livelihood, to contribute to the GDP of the country. The first sector that came to our mind was farming, agriculture sector. We know we can talk any long time about 3G, 4G, 5G, etc. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we all want food. That's a basic human need, whoever you may be. We were very, very fortunate to have found an eminent partner for this seminar, CPCRA Kasaragod. Thanks to Dr. Muralidharan and his team. When this idea was moved to his team, they wholeheartedly accepted this to partner with us for this seminar. In fact, Dr. Muralidharan's team, led by Mr. Chandran, was doing all the hard work. They did much more than what we did. So thank you so much once again for providing us this platform for organizing seminar. We have got a very good set of team of eminent persons who can speak about agriculture, smart farming, etc. And we also have a very, I think, very eminent, equally eminent audience who are working on this sector and who would be the future prospects and the followers of Dr. Muralidharan and Dr. Chandran, etc. So I'm sure that at the end of the day, we will have it will be a very gainful day, and we will have much more insight into this subject. So that is all from my side. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Dr. K. Muralidharan, Director in charge of ICAR CPCRA and Chief Guest of today's function for the inaugural address.
Namaste. Respected Sri Chandrajudan sir, Sri Manish Raghav, my colleague Dr. Chandran, faculty of CPCRI, students and invitees. Once again, I welcome on behalf of our director and myself to all of you to this seminar conducted today here on smart farming in IG era. So as you know, this institute is a 107-year-old institute started in 1960. But present, we have the mandate to conduct research on coconut, arecanut, and cocoa. Not only that, we are also pioneer in cropping system research. Similarly, biocontrol of pests and diseases, then value addition of coconut, arecanut, and cocoa like that. And to handhold the business ventures in this sector, we have an agri-business incubation center we call Kalpa Agri-Business Incubation Center, where any entrepreneur can register, and we will be supporting technically, and also we'll be connecting to finance, credit, and other aspects. So why I'm telling this, since many of this we are focusing on the youngsters, so you can aspire for any venture in agriculture, and we have a agribusiness incubators network in India at different institutes. So we will be there to help you. One of our faculty, for example, is Dr. Santosh Mitra. He's from Central Tropical Crops Research Institute. So like that, they also have an incubator center. So coming to this important event, as sir was telling, from a age era of waiting for a telephone call or getting a slot for making a call, now everyone has multiple choice through authorized telecom agencies like Jio or Airtel or Vodafone like that, or you have WhatsApp, many ways of then internet calls. So we have multiple communication, and one of our ambassadors told in a meeting that we are well connected, one of the well connected people in the world, because I don't think this much per capita mobile availability, smartphone availability in any other country in terms of number. So we are in a very interesting phase of development, And as many tell, our Prime Minister has made us to think differently about India. So we are differently thinking. And as you know, that previously when a technology come out, it will take 10 years, 5 years to reach in India. But whereas now we are generating technology and others are receiving. So that is the way we developed. So, but at the same time, every one of you have a very important opportunity, very responsibility that India is now coming as a provider of food, provider of service, provider of technology to the world. And if you want to continue in that space, we all of us has to work hard, because nothing will give free. Until unless you work hard, think hard and act, we will not able to achieve that dreams, or we may not able to sustain that pace of development. So I'm sure that all of you will be very seriously taking to this and contribute to the development of the nation in different means. Continuously innovate, continuously see what are the things you can do, not only with the mobile or robotics and many other aspects. So I'm sure that this kind of seminars will help you to learn the frontline developments, the first developments you can learn from such seminars, and you make it a habit to attend such seminars also. With this, let me thank TRI for selecting CPCRI to conduct this seminar. Sir, we are thankful to you and your senior level officers also. Actually, secretary and are supposed to come, but because of some preoccupation, they couldn't. So again, I wish you all a very good learning. So with this, let me declare this seminar is inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. K.P. Chandran, Principal Scientist, ICAR CPCRI, to say a few words.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my dear participants, resource persons. Actually, we are running short of time now. It is very important to have the interaction than any words from me. So actually, as Murli told, it is our privilege to have such a seminar organized here, and we are very much thankful to TRI for putting this idea. And it's always important how you take this information you receive from here. And as I already mentioned, it's a technology which is growing very fast, and it's our responsibility to go in pace with that. So I hope that it will be useful to you, and look forward to the interactions, and formal vote of thanks will be there at the end. Thank you.
I now request Shri K. Chandrachudan, Joint Advisor TRAI, to present a memento to Dr. K. Muralidharan, Chief Guest of today's function. And also request Chandrachudan sir to present a memento to Dr. K.P. Chandran, Principal Scientist, ICAR CPCRI. Thank you, sir. With this, it's curtain for the inaugural function. We will be moving ahead with the technical sessions. The first session is Smart Farming, Opportunities and Challenges. Today we have with us Dr. V.S. Santosh Mitra, Principal Scientist, ICAR Central Tuber Crops Research Institute, Trivandrum, for this technical session. He holds PhD in Computer Science and Applications. He is specialized in crop simulation modeling, ICT applications in agriculture, artificial intelligence, IoTs, information system management, web technologies, soft computing, and robotics. He has handled several institute and externally funded projects. He has published more than 25 research articles and edited a book. He is consultant of Michigan State University, USA, on simulation modeling of sweet potato using SpotComs for their study on impact of climate change on sweet potatoes in Eastern Africa. He has served as consultant of Food Start project of CIP Peru for yield gap analysis using sweet potato growth simulation models, SpotComs. He is involved in Food Start project of CIP Peru for mapping studies of tuber crops in India. And he is also a member of Cassava Modeling Improvement Team of CIAT Colombia. He has developed several technologies such as electronic device eCrop to simulate real-time crop growth, a cassava growth model for computer simulation, Madhuram, a sweet potato growth model for computer simulation, a software for predicting aphid population in mustard by simulation technique. Tubertech, a database, ICR CTCRA website, ICR AICR PTC website, a web-based early warning system for mealybug. I now welcome Dr. V.S. Santosh Mitra to throw light on smart farming opportunities and challenges.
Good morning. Thank you for the nice introduction. Respected Director, Dr. Muralidharan, our guest from TRI, Sri Manish Raghavji, Chandrajudanji and his team, and scientists of CPCRI, students, officials of TRI, and my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is a nice opportunity given to me to deliver a lecture on smart farming during this important session. First of all, I congratulate TRI and CPCRI for taking such an initiative. So when I talk during my presentation, you will understand how significant TRI with my innovation. Because my innovation ultimately leads to networking of farms. So TRI is actually a networking agency, and the director told that we are well-connected people because of TRI. I hope in future, TRI will enable networking of farm also using this technology, which I will be expressing. So my talk is divided into 4 sections. One is farm sector basic issues, solutions, and overview. Smart farming initiatives of CTCRI. Then an action plan for smart farming. So my duration is for 1 hour or 45 minutes. Okay. So the scientists and experts of CPCRI, please excuse me when I say about basic farm sector issues, because you may be very much familiar with this type of agricultural data. But just for the overall knowledge, I will just deliberate on some of the basic farm issues. That is world population, because we people working in agriculture sector is dealing with a very tough challenge. That is, our population is going to become 9 billion by 2050. And our food production should increase by around 60-70% within this short period to feed this growing population. If this food is not produced, we may not be there. Our young students sitting over there may be there. I will not, most probably I will not be there. Or even if it is there, may not be able to take food at that time. So many of us are old, but by our generation, further generation will be there, people will be there. We have the responsibility to feed them. Now we should set the technology ready to feed those population. And another challenges associated with this. So now urban population will be around 70%. More and more people will shift to urban area because of the basic issues in farm sector, like farmers' income and many other infrastructure developments and shrinkage of land area. All these issues add to this problem. And attaining 70% for production in this short period is very difficult. So the challenges and increase the agriculture productivity, the usual ways which are with us are nothing like irrigation. Everybody knows we should be able to increase irrigation. Now, even many of the smart farming technologies and other technologies are focusing on increasing irrigation. That alone sometimes give much dividends in agri. Then infrastructure development, you know that perishability of the commodities, etc. So transportation facilities, then storage and other such infrastructure facilities. Then agricultural research. Agricultural research is actually the backbone of everything. So these technologies which you see, the facilities which you see, everything actually emanates from agriculture research only. It in a small scale or large scale, the labs or institutes will develop these technologies. These will be upscaled and are taken up by the private sector or other business people. And then only it will reach people. Though, of course, research is happening not only in public sector, it is happening in private sector also. Appreciate that thing. Anyway, the research is the main thing. So the technologies which are developed using the research only will ultimately lead to the solutions. And naturally inputs, addition of more inputs. But how to do that thing, all these things I will be addressing in our smart farming technologies. Some major challenges we come across are mainly shrinking of land area, then climate change, it is not a myth, it is a reality. Climate change, erratic rainfall and increase in temperature. These two factors leads to very tough challenges, very tough situation for increasing food production. Then price fluctuation and low productivity is actually an overall effect of all these things. And now we directly come to smart farming because you know that agriculture is an applied science. So whatever revolutions happen in agriculture are by taking or absorbing the growth or developments happen in other sectors. So you all know about green revolution, how it happened. Due to the revolutions and due to the changes in chemistry or chemical sciences, then mechanical energy, that mechanical engineering, that using machineries, then genetics, higher yielding varieties, and agriculture sciences absorbed or incorporated all these developments in agriculture, and our increased production was increased. So biotechnology revolution, it has led to many solution of some very important problems. Biotechnology revolution has happened. Now this is the time of IT revolution. So IT has reached another scale, that is now artificial intelligence has come up. It is growing in a very, very, very fast rate. I do not know when I start now, when I'm talking now, the technologies which are in my mind actually might be outdated. That much fast the technologies are being developed, especially in artificial intelligence. Machine learning, sir is an expert in machine learning. So machine learning technologies and other technologies are developing very fast. So what we can do is adopt some of these technologies to our benefit and adopt these developments in our field and develop technologies to solve our issues. So smart farming in general, when you refer literature, you can see a lot of definitions. But in brief, what we can say, it is a sort of precision farming with the help of ICT technologies. That is one of the easiest way to define precision farming with the help of ICT technologies, so that our production will have much quality and quantity. So these are the basic idea of smart farming. Smart farming and smart agriculture are smart agriculture is a bit broader term, we can say. It includes marketing, pest and disease, etc. But smart farming, we can say it is mostly related to production, crop production sector, like that. These are actually still, these are things not debated because people are not bothered about what definition, what is smart farming, smart agriculture. What we need is final benefit. So what are the different components required in smart farming? First, IoT devices. IoT devices as such may not be required if you have sufficient number of sensors. Sensors are connected in IoT devices and it will work. So you know that what is IoT? IoTs are devices which are connected through internet. Data transfer, everything is happening through internet, and data processing, everything happens to internet, because such a elaborate medium is there. So our telecom people are also there involved. So such an elaborate medium is there. So it is very easy to connect the devices through this medium, so that the data can be collected from field and taken to remote fields, remote places. That is a through cloud, some research lab or somewhere, and it is getting processed, and that action will come to the devices through actuators. Those who are in robotics may be knowing that what is the difference between actuators and sensors. Actuators are those which do the action, and sensors are which collect data, in brief. And then softwares for mapping, etc. Then sensors, then internet, of course, I know told. Then some machinery. These are the major components of smart farming in general. And technologies behind the scene are cloud computing. You know, that is a huge servers are connected, all servers are connected through cloud. So now you know that main cloud service providers like Amazon, Google, everybody is providing. Here, not only for storage, many computation facilities are also provided by them. When we collect the data, there will be new algorithms or new methods to process the data also. The cloud facility provides not only that provision also, cloud computing as well as cloud storage. Then big data, you know that big data analysis is another important technology, because I'm not going into details of these things. If I go into details of these things, I will not be able to tell the technology. Then machine learning, you know, the sir may be talking about machine learning. Then Internet of Things, that is IoT only. Then web technology. These are the basic technologies which works behind the smart farming. And outputs are VRT and site-specific management. VRT, you know that when you apply through robotics in something in field, VRT means each crop will be specific. If these two are different crops, these two crops should be given separate treatments. First, we map these crops and under latitude, longitude. So it's soils, everything we map. Soil condition of this crop may be different from this crop. The treatment finally nutrient applied for this crop will be different from this one. So that is VRT technologies. In India, it is not very common. In foreign countries, it is VRT is there. But site specific is a bit more common here. Site specific means one entire block, one site, we take it as a unit. And for that entire unit, we give a separate treatment. So in this room itself can be divided into maybe 5-6 blocks. For each block, we will give separate treatment. That is called a site-specific management. Then more effective plant protection is possible because using intelligent drones, if you spray pesticide, wherever the crop disease is affected, only that portion we need to spray. That type of intelligent drones are available. Then that technology is being perfected also. Then better monitoring of animals. I think this has been done very long back. Maybe you may be knowing of International Livestock Research Institute. They have done it, I think, in the 90s itself. Some systems they have developed. A chip was implanted into the ears of animals to trace them. And better marine fisheries and many things are there. What smart farming means, it is perceived in a different angle. Generally, it is perceived like information transferred through mobile or some IT technologies, and some information is given, information is taken back. That type of information flow, restricted information flow, to that level itself, smart farming is perceived by some people. And of course, knowledge flow also happen when knowledge, when we collect knowledge from farm, like said disease is there, then knowledge flow happens from the smart farming. Otherwise, technology side to the farm is that this solution. First, we collect the information, the data from the field, then give a solution. That is called a knowledge flow, we can say. Then another pathetic thing about what happens in many of the knowledge smart farming initiatives, that many of the solutions which we provide are not implemented by the farmers. Why? Because many reasons. First, the solutions which we provide may be very tough for them to implement. Another thing is they may not understand. There are many factors are there. So now what we are doing is, CTCRA, what we are doing is, rather than taking information and finding solution, we are now providing solutions to directly implement them in the field itself without the knowledge of farmers. Without farmers are not knowing that. So this is the solutions which we are applying. That type of projects we have done, that I will explain. So these are some of the initiatives CTCR has taken up. And the first is in the field of robotics, which we have developed equipment called e-crop, electronic crop. This is electronic version of the crop. I will be explaining mostly about this e-crop and smart farming related to that one. So I am not explaining here now. And another things are crop simulations models, which we have developed from almost more than 25 years onwards. We have started work on this one. Developed crop simulation models of sweet potato, cassava, elephant foot yam also. These models are used actually worldwide. And these are validated in different countries also. Sweet potato model Spotcoms, this is validated in 7 countries. And in India itself, around 9-10 states we have validated, and we got around 92% accuracy, even under these conditions. So what we thought is, after developing these models, how to implement these things. So from that thought process only, we developed an IoT device. Then other initiatives also I will just show, that is for online marketing of commodities, of vegetables. We have developed an online app called HOMS, HOMS, Horticultural Crops Online Marketing System. It is available in both Malayalam and English. And here it is, registration is free, and it is available in Play Store. So those who want to sell the commodities can register these details free. And those who want to buy also can register it in free. So both can meet each other in the online platform and they can make a deal. CityShare has no role in the first itself. There is a disclaimer. CityShare has no role in the financial transactions. Then TOMS is a tuber crops online marketing system that now we are not promoting, because this is the before TOMS was there, tuber crops online marketing system. During COVID time, we had developed it into HOMS, HOMS. Then other things are like advisories, etc., which is available in CityShare website itself. Variety finding tool, Aushatham, etc. The variety finding tool, which is already available in website, is actually usual. You feed morphological characters, it identify which variety it is. But now we are switching over to artificial intelligence. That apps are developed. Now we are training it now more and more. First we take the image of a leaf, then it identify which variety it is, which crop it is. That type of app we have developed. So I will be talking more about this device. This is called the eCrop. This was developed in 2014. So usually what a crop does is, when a crop is planted in field, it produces food in response to atmospheric conditions like temperature, humidity, solar radiation, and other different atmospheric conditions and different soil conditions, and its crops characters. It produces food. But when the E is also there, like E crop, means it does everything except it doesn't produce food. It calculates how much food it is produced. So it is having sensors. These sensors are connected to this one. These are the sensors connected to this one. So you may be knowing that this is anemometer to measure wind speed. This is a tipping bucket to calculate rainfall. Then wind direction. This is temperature, humidity sensors. And there is soil moisture sensor is also there. Now we have cut that soil moisture sensor, because this is the first model which we have developed. Now model is slightly changed, and it works with the solar power. So this data will be collected, and how it works is I will explain once again. First, you install the eCrop in the field. Sensors will collect all this data. These are the data it collects. Maximum, minimum temperature, solar radiation, relative humidity, day length, precipitation, soil moisture content, wind velocity, wind direction, etc. These data will be sent to the cloud. And the crop simulation, I told you that we have already developed crop simulation models. That is programmed into website form, doing PHP. First, we are developed using Visual C++ for standalone system. Now, we all were reprogrammed using PHP to work in the website. So these crop simulation models work on this data. It generates advisory and some predictions also. And all these will be sent to 3 places. One is as an advisory to the mobile. Then it will be stored in the web server. And another thing is that it goes to the machine, actually to the machine. I will have a video also. I will show how eCrop automatically gets irrigation done through a machine. So this is the schematic working of eCrop. So its main features are like this. Because it directly collects the data from the field and makes projections. So it is more accurate than what is actually being done now. Now what we are doing is crop cutting experiments. So you know that those who are working in agriculture department may be knowing. At a time there will be some sample fields statistical department will come, it will collect some crop will be cut and it makes, based on that, it makes predictions. So at the end of the season, what will be the prediction? Like that prediction will be made. But this device directly collect data from the field and makes prediction. So it is supposed to be more accurate than that sampled data. And another thing is when we say we take data using satellite also, sometimes when cloud cover etc. is there, some fields are not visible, but that restriction is also not here because it is fitted in the ground. And another feature is that one e-crop is sufficient for one village. That is another thing. So how it calculates is it identifies each field by its latitude, longitude, altitude, etc. So these temperature variation, humidity variation, weather parameter variation as per latitude, longitude is there. That will be calculated. When a farmer's field is configured, say a farmer field is located at a particular latitude, 8.3 and longitude 76.7, and e-crop is situated at another latitude. So this based on this variation, it will calculate what is the temperature, humidity, and other parameters in that particular farmer's field. Then it will calculate, say, your crop. There is an interface also, and your crop you have to feed. Your crop, if it is rice, it tells you that for rice, the growth will is like this. It is a prediction. Then another thing is, since crop simulation models I am using, I told, since models are used based on under these given conditions, what can be the maximum yield the crop can attain? That is called potential yield. Under the given condition, what the maximum yield? And then advisory, what is the advisory is, so if in normal conditions, your yield may be 5 kg per hectare, like 5 tons per hectare. Then potential crop has a potential to give 10 tons per hectare. How this 5 tons per hectare can be increased to 10 tons per hectare? So what you have to do is, you have some nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and water is general inputs which you are giving. Here what we say is that its entire growth it calculates. Then it says that daily if you apply this quantity of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and water, you will get, say, potential yield of 9 tons per hectare, 10 tons per hectare. And if you give it in 10 days at a 10 days interval, you will get say maybe 8 tons per hectare. And if you apply for the entire season, you will get a particular yield. And another thing to be noted is that if you apply daily, total nitrogen applied, total P applied, total K applied, total water applied will be much less compared to our usual recommendations of Agriculture University, CTCRI, CPCRI, ICRI, all institutes. What we are giving is recommendations may be given in 2 splits. So it will be much less than this quantity. And another say 2 points I told you, that yield will be increased. Second is input will be reduced. Third point is input reduced means, say crop is having say if you are giving 10 kg first dose, you assume that 10 kg you are assuming for the crop you are giving. So after maybe around 10 days, this nitrogen fertilizer or P fertilizer, K fertilizer, nothing will be in the soil. Your crop will be taking whatever it is required in 10 days. Then by this time, this fertilizer will be lost by somehow or other. So till you apply the next split. So first you apply in the first day of the month, then 10 days crop will be having food. Next 20 days crop will not have food. Crop is starving. So you are applying the second split on the second month. Second month only again the crop will be having food. So again 10 days crop will having food. Next remaining season crop will not have food. What fertilizer you are applying is fertilizer to be lost also. For the crop plus lost. So 70% is lost. I think those who are in soil science may be agreeing with me that around 70% of nitrogen will be lost. Sizable percentage of P and K also will be lost. Crop will be taking only very less. So 100 kg per hectare is the recommendation we told to get 50 tons per hectare. Is a usual recommendation you assume. But through smart farming, this 50 tons per hectare, we can take it to 150 tons per hectare at the dose of, earlier we told that 10 kg per hectare, instead of that 3 kg per hectare. 3 kg nitrogen, and 150 tons per hectare, which is better naturally. So we are getting 4 times advantage. That is the application of e-crop. So this is what I told. Usually when there is a program to increase yield, what first we think of developing high yielding varieties. Varieties are having high yielding, okay, but we will not be able to access, get its full potential. So what smart farming try to do is, okay, there are varieties with the potential. Let us try devise some strategies to tap maximum potential from that thing. That is what e-crop is doing. So we are getting its full, realizing its potential through proper agricultural management or input management. Another is actually yield forecasting and pest and disease predictions. Pest and disease predictions, because it is directly data is collected from the field, and the predictions are done using the most modern artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. Our predictions are also more accurate. Compared to its other counterparts, one major point I want to tell is this is a single point solution, we can say, because the basic driving variable for crops is its weather and soil, crop health as well as crop yield, etc. everything. So whether we are directly collecting from the field and soil data we are collecting from the field, most of the issues like nutrient management, crop growth, pest and disease, these issues related to crop production, for all these things, solutions are, we are developing the solutions from this one in a more accurate way. So this is the model for how to implement this in field. So these are the auto fertigation devices. Assume that these are auto fertigation devices, and this is an e-crop, and this is a village. And in village, we usually install it in one point. So I will explain one of our use case also, our experiment also. We install in some village, then it collects all the data, and this is the screen in front of the agricultural officer in charge of Krishi Bhavans in Kerala. So he will be having a screen in which he has each e-crop address. Under each crop, which are the farmers, crops, yield forecast, etc. And when we go higher, so under each block, there are different villages. Say block level officer, this is called Assistant Director of Agriculture. Assistant Director of Agriculture, where he clicks the screen in front of him, he can see this previous screen. Previous screen concerned with the villages. So like that, if we go up in hierarchy, at a district level, you can see all the blocks, and under the block, each village, and under the village, each farm. That the district level officer can see, can monitor each farms. That is what I told in networking of farms. And similarly, you can go up in the state also. So our first attempt is to make one district totally smart. That is the first, our now the present trials which are going on. So this is the super user interface of e-crop. Here, this is a web interface. It is having a mobile version also. And through this interface, you can add more and more devices. When you add more device, it will ask, it will be having a unique number, and then there is a provision to add new locations. Each location will be added with its latitude, longitude, soil parameters, etc. This will be in the basic database. These things will be available. Say if I take Kasaragod as a particular, not Kasaragod, as a village level, it come. So this village name, say village 1. Village 1's all features will be added. So another person, if you want to implement e-crop, and you have to just select a village 1, then village 1 with all these features will be added to the system. Similarly, this new users can be added, new crops, soils, etc. All these parameters, these factors which are responsible, which are important for doing the smart farming experiment will be added. And you can set up in simulation. This includes some process. This need some, don't need some expertise, but need some training, how to do set up a simulation. This is the screen which I told you. So this is the e-crop screen. So if you click the district Trivandrum, all the blocks in Trivandrum will be displayed. So when I clicked the Nedamangad block in Trivandrum district, you can see all the panchayats, because this panchayat I have conducted the demonstration. All the blocks will be listed. Similarly, all the districts and all the blocks are added in this particular system. Kasaragod also it is added. These are actually schematic diagram of the village level data pooling format. And here you can see that add in new e-crop farmers, etc. Similarly for block level, district level and state level data pooling format. Now I will explain you an experiment which was conducted in Nedamangad block in Trivandrum district. So we have conducted experiment. We have selected, this is under the state horticulture mission project for improving rural agro-system through horticulture crops based smart farming technologies. So these are the panchayats we have selected. Anad, Arivikara, Karakulam, Panavur and Vembayam, 5 panchayats. So we have fabricated e-crops and installed in the Krishi Bhavans of these panchayats. And crops selected are cassava, sweet potato, elephant foot yam and banana. So please look into banana. Banana is not our crop. So e-crop, CTSRA doesn't have expertise in banana. But any crop can be added to e-crop. You want to prove that thing. So even whenever many seminars I experienced is after deliberating all these things and telling that this e-crop can be applied to any crop, some question will come from the audience that, sir, whether you can apply to rice or any other crops other than tuber crops also. So I am reiterating here that e-crop can be applied to any crop. Only thing is that crops model should be added here. It is CTSRA has developed, that doesn't mean that it is for tuber crops. So now another experiment is going on in CTSRA for testing it in rice, because it is at the planning board has insisted us to test it in rice. So in banana also we have done it. So we have selected, what we have selected is, first step we have done is we have installed it in all the Krishi Bhavans, 5 Krishi Bhavans. Krishi Bhavans means agricultural office. And then we selected under each panchayat, we have selected 5 farmers. And each farmer were asked to cultivate 4 crops were given. Some were ready to cultivate 2 or 3 crops. Some were having 1 crop. But whoever is cultivating, they are asked to cultivate 2 cents. 1 cent according to their practice. 1 cent according to e-crop practice. E-crop practice means e-crop, what it does is it collects the weather, all this data, process this data with respect to that particular crop. It generates the advisory, and that advisory will be sent to the mobile of the farmer. So the selected farmers are getting advisory on every day. And we have insisted them, the recommendations will come. You follow the 10 days recommendation. I told in the beginning, we will give a recommendation that in 10 days you apply this one, 10 days you apply like that. Since 10th day, our project team were present in their field to ensure that they are applying according to the recommendation. Since it is a project, we could do that thing. So these 5 crops we have taken up, and around 30 farmers, total 30 farmers were there. And this is one of the harvests, cassava, you see. This is farmers' traditional practice. This is e-crops practice. The data is there. This is what I want to, because this I have given a particular lamination, everything, because this is banana. It's not our crop. So this is banana, you see the yield difference. E-crops practice and this one. What we got is, our prediction was that we will get it, you will get double the yield at a reduced input application. So what they got is, they got the yield doubled. Sweet potato is, this is 1 cent yield only, around 30-35 kg, like that. So this is in what is showing in blue is smart farming yield, and the other one is traditional farming yield. This is the yield they got. The other data, actually we are now, that project is not completed. First phase harvest only we have completed. Second phase is going on. So this is the experiment. These are some of the farmers. So apart from this experiment, we have developed another technology also. I told you that the e-crop advisory will go to the farmer's mobile, then one will go to the central server, and another will go to this device. This device will receive the message, and this will do the irrigation automatically, fertigation automatically, as per the instructions of the e-crop. These things are all totally automatic. From the field, e-crop will collect the data, process the information. If you first itself, we will configure it. You will send the message, automatically it does. Farmer need not go to field. That is another thing. One of the negative things when I proposed this project was that farmers will get lifestyle diseases because farmers will not have the walking now. Regular walking will not be there to field. So I told that we will settle it later on. First, let us develop the technology. So I don't know, run here.
പ്രോഗ്രാം ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സ്മാർട്ട് ഫാമിംഗ് ഫെസിലിറ്റി ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യണം. അത് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അദ്ദേഹം അവിടെ മെസ്സേജ് അയച്ചു.
നൈട്രജൻ റിലേ
റിലേയിലേക്കാണ് വാല്യൂ. അപ്പൊ നൈട്രജൻ വാല്യൂസ് എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അത് താഴെ മിക്സിംഗ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴേക്ക് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി പോകും. അതുപോലെ പിയുടെ മെസ്സേജ് മുകളിൽ വന്നു. അതനുസരിച്ച് ഫോസ്ഫറസ് ടാങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് ഫോസ്ഫറസ് അത് എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ ഫെസിലിറ്റി ഫീൽഡിലുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് നേരിട്ട് കാണാം സമയമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞാലുടൻ പൊട്ടാസ്യത്തിന്റെ മെസ്സേജ് വരും. എത്ര ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റിയാണ് എടുക്കേണ്ടതെന്നുള്ളതാണ് അഡ്വൈസ്. ഈ അഡ്വൈസ് ഈ ക്രോപ്പ് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. ആ കെയുടെ അഡ്വൈസ് വേണം. അത് പൊട്ടാസ്യം എത്ര എടുക്കേണ്ടതെന്നുള്ള മെസ്സേജ് അവിടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് സ്ക്രീൻ ചെയ്തില്ല. പൊട്ടാസ്യം എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടെ ഇപ്പം മിക്സിംഗ് ചേമ്പറിലേക്ക് വരും. മിക്സിംഗ് ചേമ്പറിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ മിക്സിംഗിലേക്ക് വരും. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് വെള്ളവും കൂടെ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ NPK വാട്ടർ, ഈ മൂന്നുമാണ് നമ്മുടെ മെസ്സേജിലുള്ളത്. ആ മെസ്സേജ് അനുസരിച്ച് ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടെ ഒരുമിച്ച് വന്നു. ഇവിടെ ഈ വെള്ളം വീഴുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി മിക്സ് ആവും. അതിൽ ഓരോ ദിവസവും എടുക്കുന്നത് വളരെ കുറച്ച് ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റിയാണ്. വെള്ളം മിക്സ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ വെള്ളം പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ ഡ്രിപ്പ് ഫെസിലിറ്റി വഴി അതിലേക്ക് ചെടിക്ക് കൊടുക്കണം. നിങ്ങൾ കാണാം, ആ വെള്ളം ഡ്രിപ്പിലേക്ക് അവർ സൂം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആ മിക്സ് ചെയ്ത വെള്ളം ഡ്രിപ്പായിട്ട് ഓരോ ചെടിയുടെ മൂട്ടിലായിട്ട് വീണോണ്ടിരിക്കുക. ഓരോ എല്ലാ നമ്മൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ ഫീൽഡിലും ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പൊ ഇതാണ്.
This is the previous one. So this is the auto fertigation device which we have developed. Some farmers have immense interest to adopt this one, but in this particular project there was no funding to give it to farmers, though. So we did not take it to farmers, but it is working very well. Now using this one, we are conducting trials in rice. Rice drip is not feasible, so we are instead of drip, we are doing it using micro sprinkler. Because drip, if you use it, takes around 49-50 lakhs per hectare. It's not very costly. This control system only is actually around maximum around 20,000 rupees. We can make it 20,000 rupees. Then only thing is extra cost comes regarding the layout of that irrigation system. So this is the Krishi Kritya mobile app which we have developed. This is used for doing the e-crop based smart farming all together. This one, it is available in Play Store, but only those with unique user ID and password only can operate. Those who are having e-crop and our all farmers implemented this farming using this e-crop, this app. So this is our smart farming team at CTCRI. This action plan, I'm not giving the presentation because there is a shortage of time. And smart farming, there are actually a lot of opportunities which we say that opportunities and challenges are my topic. First opportunity is that increase the yield at reduced input application, and its second thing is stress on environment is less. Environmental resources less use of environmental resources like water, etc. And whatever is required for the crop only is given. There is nothing less, nothing more. So then at the time, now you know that urea cost is very high, the fertilizer cost is all going up. At this time, there is no extra use of fertilizers. No, there is no underuse of fertilizer also. Even then you are getting more yield. But it's more, its challenges are mainly to be addressed by TRI. That is nothing but network. This mobile connectivity is very poor in very remote areas. Even this experiment, we connected this networking issues very frequently, and especially in some remote areas. In Kerala, it is slightly better. Maybe when we take the experiment to Northeast and other places where we are planning to do it, this connectivity issues, I think through our joint venture, we can make it. Nedamangad itself, there was some connectivity issue. Nedamangad itself. In Pathanamthitta, sorry, in Malappuram also we have another experiment where I told you that we are making this device more intelligent. I think I did not tell. The crop models are there in the back end. But now we are making a system to make the device more intelligent. So the device, when it is installed in the field, it collects the data from the field and develop the model itself. So that after 2-3 seasons, the crop will know about the crop crop in the field. That system we are making because that is especially important for Kerala, because many of the Kerala crops, important Kerala crops, doesn't have crop model. I don't know whether coconut is having model or not. I do not know. So I actually winding up the presentation now because action plan was also there. I think during shortage of time I'm making it. And maybe around 3 o'clock I will be leaving. So if there is some discussion.
Thank you, sir. Shall we have 1 or 2 questions from audience?
Yeah, sir, I am Dr. Murugesan from Chennai. Hello.
Raise hand.
Yes. Hand raise pannu. Hand raise pannu. Yeah.
Yes, please carry on.
Hello.
Carry on, Mr. Murugesan. Carry on.
Yeah. I've been working in the sector almost for the last 25 years. Very recently, that is from 2018, we are working with Japanese company. Bioform. Is it audible?
Not clear. It's audible, but not clear.
Yes. The similar technology, which is called like biological organic farming technique, which is being proved like IT-enabled automation in agriculture in Japan. Exactly what you have done, the same thing they have done there perfectly. But now as you said, there was some challenges, and they are doing it at a large scale level. Like only in India we are doing it at nuclear level. How it is possible in an acre of 200, 500 acres? Hello.
I can hear, but it is not at all not clear actually what you're.
How see there was a two types of cultivation.
Yes.
One is open cultivation and the closed cultivation. Okay, our aim is in the smart farming. We have to reduce the area of the cultivation and increase the yield. That is the main objectives, and we have been working on it, and we have succeeded. For example, 100-acre land we produce in India, hardly about 30 tons. The same thing nowadays in Japan and all those countries, they produce 30 tons in 30 acres. That is the plus of their advantages in smart farming. There it is called, it is a biological organic farming. Here it is in Indian, like smart farm. Only the name is different, but the approach and principles, everything is same, sir. But what are the other, like crop wise, like whether we have in India in the spot farming, whether we have experiment in all crops, which has been proved. That is the one data which we are expecting, sir, as a organic farm association.
Sir, in fact, I am interfering, I am Muralidharan. The opportunities and challenges are plenty. Some of what I understand is that if you want to enhance this, expand this to more area, what is the challenge? More crops. So all those things we have to deal, and one or two institutions cannot give answer to all these things. So together we can work, and I think you can interact with Santosh Mitra personally. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Whether is it possible if you can collaborate and see, because our organization working at across pan India, and I am having a lot of network with our farmers. Since I was former Indian government employee, I worked with the National Dairy Development Board.
Just sir, for upscaling model, I will tell you, sir, just a minute. What we are planning to do is, I told you that one panchayat, we can take it for one device for one panchayat. In that way, that is the way of model of expansion we are planning, so that overall cost or overall budget also will be less.
Okay. How many months is required to prove this in Indian condition? How many crop you need to take?
Because now for the crops which having most this crop models, one season itself is enough. But for the new initiative in which the device is making intelligent, in that thing maybe 1 or 2 years more R&D, so at least 2 years more R&D will be required. Once that R&D is also perfected, we can directly implement those devices.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Any more questions from students? If not, then I now request Sri Manish Raghavji, Joint Advisor TRAI, to present a memento to Dr. V.S. Santosh Mitra. Thank you, sir. Now we will move on to second session, applications of machine learning in agriculture. Dr. Rajesh R., Professor, Department of Computer Sciences, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, holds PhD in Computer Science and has 5-year full-time research experience, including 4 years of experience in Respond project funded by Indian Space Research Organization on development of methodologies based on neurofuzzy and genetic algorithm for modeling and control of systems. Before joining CUK Kerala, he was Associate Professor at Department of Computer Science, Central University of Bihar. He is recipient of IEEE Award for Outstanding Leadership and Service and IEEE Award for the Outstanding Design Project at University of Kerala, Karyavattam Student Branch. His areas of interest include computational intelligence and image processing. He has published 11 papers in reputed journals. To know more about applications of machine learning in agriculture, I now welcome Dr. Rajesh R., Professor, Department of Computer Science, Central University of Kerala. Stage is for you.
Respected dignitaries, audible? So respected dignitaries, researchers and students, it's a very happy moment. It's a very happy moment that we are all joined together to have discussions, especially in the field of smart farming in 5G era. And it is very happy moment to see that TRAI and PCRI has joined together in this venture to see the possibilities of improving the farming sector. And as part of our university, we are doing work in the field of computational intelligence, and we are not expert in the field of farming. We are not expert in the field of agriculture. We are not agriculture scientists also. But we hope that we can do well collaboration with the farmers and also the agricultural scientists in making this smart farming possible. And as far as whatever slide that have done is mainly based on the a small introduction about the way by which the struggles the farmers as well as others parts of the people who are involved in smart agriculture. For example, the normal farmer will have a lot of issues. He is having a lot of understanding about the farm, soil and all these things. And when it comes to the professional farmer, he will be employing a farmer as a daily wage or a permanent wager. But the professional farmer will sit in one place with a computer and smart things and will control the farmer. And whatever the smart professional farmer says, the other person has to do it as a daily wage. And the third direction, we think about agricultural scientists who are all trying to do innovations, especially finding out the solutions for improving the smart agriculture. And other side, when we think about the computational professionals or the computer science people or the engineering people who think about, they have their own problems because when they want to make a system as intelligent as possible, then there are a lot of struggles that they face, the data that they require, the speed by which the data they require, the type of analysis they want to do. So such type of issue. So without collaborating with the agricultural sector, especially the agricultural scientists and the farmers and also the communication channel, especially the regulatory authorities, we will not be able to do further in the task. So that's a good collaboration. Definitely expect. I will use this keyboard. No? So this is one of the slides that I used to project normally, which was done by the Agricultural Global Practice by World Bank, and the slide has been taken from there, which talks about the demand in agriculture, especially suppose I want some type of vegetable. I say that I want a vegetable which provides sufficient proteins, vitamins, and what I want. And the demand in each region will be different, demand of each country will be different, and everything will be different. And we need to, the demand sector, which we have, say that the demand cycle, the need of the nutrition and other things, that is one side. The other side is regarding the supply chain, which we talk about the big data. We talk about the communication technology. We talk about the intelligent computers and the speed by which we process the data is still. And the other side, when we say that we want this, both the things like the demand as well as the technology to make it as a part of precision agriculture or the place where we want to have something called smart. So this is very important concept, and normally we say that the future farms will be like this, where we have drones to fly throughout the things there, where we have struggles to see how far a drone will fly. One of the questions that they raise, if we are having 100 acres or 1,000 acres of farm, how to control it, whether persons can go through it, how many farmers are needed, whether I can use a drone. And even I heard when we were having discussions with this institute, They are having drones to fly about the coconut tree and see whether some diseases are affected by the coconut farms or not. And they used to spray the chemicals or the fertilizers throughout all the plants without seeing the disease. And there should be some intelligence there which captures images of those diseased plants and try to put the pesticides, required pesticides on those plants, which is actually affected. And there was another problem we discussed earlier when we were here in one time was by seeing a coconut from the bottom, whether we will be able to understand whether it is the right time to take it away from the plant or not. And such type of things are all there for real farmers when they think. For a professional farmer, he will employ some people and do it. But for a normal farmer, he has some coconut trees or something like that. And having a robot to climb all the tree or having a mechanism to sensors to each of the coconut tree and see whether it is the right time to take the coconut. And also to have a drone to fly, because a normal farmer will not be an expert in that particular field to fly a drone and have chemicals or pesticides, and to have something called things to spray over the coconut. This is only one example I'm talking about. For each and every farming sector, there are different needs, and the sensors will also be different. And for a normal farmer who is very poor to purchase all these equipments, will feel very difficult. And the most important thing that we feel is low-cost equipments, low-cost solutions should reach the farmer in a much effective way. So I'm not going deeply into that particular aspect. And the way by which artificial intelligence can be applied in various, for example, crop yield prediction, intelligent spraying, insights, agriculture robotics, crop soil monitoring, disease diagnosis. In each and every field, wherever you think about agriculture part, the computational application can be done. And the computational application work in such a way that you have sensors in various places, assuming that sensors in various places, and these sensors will provide data. The sensors can be of any type. It can be a simple camera which will have the images. It can be some type of sensors which will measure the temperature, which measure the pH value, which will measure the NPK level of the soil, which can be measuring the stiffness of a fruit. So whatever may be the sensor that you are having in the market, there are a lot of people who are involved in developing such type of sensors, and these sensors are all costly. For a professional farmer, what he will do, he will invest so much money in the beginning and to have all sensors throughout the field, and then he try to make production much higher than whatever expected. The yield will be very higher, and what happens in that particular situation is he will employ farmers as his daily wages or income. And for a normal farmer to do this type of things becomes difficult. That is why low-cost solutions plays a major role in the field like Indian market. And the vendors, if you see, there are people who develop softwares for smart farming. There are people who develop sensors for smart farming. There are robotics and drones especially designed. Several companies are there which designs drones and robotics. And there are different softwares which is used throughout the agriculture. So each and every field, there are vendors available who will provide the solution. There are smart applications, smart apps, sensors. And throughout the world, if you see various countries, if you travel there you will be able to see the type of sensors that they use. But for a normal farmer, it may be certain times very difficult to understand and grasp it. And as an Indian country like us, we need such type of innovations to reach the poorest of the poorest farmers, so that those sensors can be well efficiently used for the purpose of what is called as smart agriculture. Because all the government sector and every state, their own governments have their own mechanisms to monitor the farming and things, and they have their own products also. But this product should go freely to the farmer, and so that the yield of the farmer will increase, and India may become one of the biggest producer of agriculture yield. That is what we want to expect, and the government should pump more money to provide such type of equipments freely to the farmer, so that the yield of our country will become much and much higher. And since my topic is on machine learning, I would like to say that in the field crop, you need to have sensors. And sensors connected in one particular place may not solve the problem, as one of the question is like that. If the land is very big in size, like in acres, and a farmer want to control all the things, suppose a particular disease suddenly spreads throughout the coconut tree or throughout the banana tree or throughout something like that. And what type of mechanism, how in the beginning, how you will understand that there is a disease, particular disease or not, very important. And these sensors will be fitted on certain platforms like drones or robotics or some other tractors or something like that. And these sensors will actually move throughout the platform and find out the diseases automatically and inform well in advance to the farmer, so that you will be able to apply the particular type of pesticides, identify the pesticides, identify the type of diseases available in the plants and all this. And the next top level is, once we have these sensors and the platform, these sensors will provide tremendous amount of data. And the transmission of data from one place to another, most important part of TRI, where we want the 5G spectrum, try to communicate, because each and every sensor has to give inputs about the weather, soil moisture, pH value, NPK value, the type of diseases, images, scanned throughout the period. So each and everything, even the satellite images or the NRI, near infrared images, what are the images that you provide, all these things minute by minute, if you try to collect the data that we are going to get is very high, and it has to be transmitted. And simply placing a sensor in one place, you have to have a battery. So once you have a battery, the farmer has to go there and replace the battery, or he has to have a solar panel. It is costly again. So each sensor should be connected with some wire, electrical connectivity, or have something called solar panels. And these panels should provide electricity to it. And if some repairing, some problem comes, he has to employ, the farmer is very poor, he has to employ a person who will be repairing this particular equipment. So the difficulty arises because a farmer may not be knowing really what type of equipment it is, how to rectify, because the low cost things that we normally use for experiments in small lab environments, small sensors, soil moistures and all this thing, that may not last for long days. And it has to be protected. And protected means we should have some mechanisms to cover it, so that normal destructions will not happen to that particular sensor. So entire things become costly for a normal farmer. So once the sensors are there, it will be transferred to a particular server where data and the software has to play a major role. Computation intelligence has to come to predict either it may be a yield, it may be the time for what is called a spraying of water, it may be time for spraying of pesticides, whatever may be the thing. And once the software, normal software will collect the data and store it in one particular place, artificial intelligence has a major role, especially machine learning and other topics, which plays a major role in identify certain things which may happen as a disaster. For example, a small type of disease which is coming in one coconut plant, it may spread very quickly to other plants. If you are able to identify in time, so all the machine learning and artificial intelligence has to provide support to understand a particular disease rightly in time, so that we will be able to rectify that particular. It can be a banana plantation, it can be any type of plantation that we think about. And the things we should understand in time is most important, where the artificial intelligence and the machine learning has a major role to play. And finally, based on the decision, you have various mechanisms to tackle that actions. And the simple sensor that we normally say is about a camera, normal camera, which detect certain types of vegetables. And as I already told, there should be something called platform, where a robot will keep on moving and observing each and every tomato, and seeing that whether certain tomatoes are being diseased, what type of disease it is, and the image is being captured, and a server or some place it will be transferred, where they will analyze the type of disease that is being spread to tomatoes. And also in the field of apples, we try to see whether the apple is ripened or not. And there are different types of sensors. This is one of the sensors we are talking about, normal camera. There are specific cameras for the purpose of what is called as agriculture field, to see the varieties of each and every sector of farming different sensors are needed. For example, tomato, if you try to use one type of sensor, that sensor may not work well for other type of. So different types of sensors are also needed for each and every type of farming. And we normally in lab, in the small field, and also we small, normally used to have some Arduino device or something like that, a small low cost soil sensor and all these things to fix in one particular place and see that whether we will be able to pour water on. Small experiments is okay. But when we go to a big experiment, how many such type of things I can connect it various? How many days it will sustain, whether it is good quality or bad quality. The good quality comes whether it will be able to capture all the things, pH, NPK, temperature, chemical conductivity, and all these things, whether we will be able to measure. So once we connect one sensor, I should be able to get all the information from that, rather than having several sensors, one for pH, one for NPK, one for soil moisture. So it becomes difficult. So many wires will come out, and you have a mechanism to capture those things. And you should have a battery backup, and then you have to transfer those things. You should have something called transfer. 10 acres we are talking about. And from here, the data should reach that particular place. And normal communication by wiring will not work. So you should have something called a mechanism by which there are things available which will help you to transmit long distance, 10 kilometers away, one data to another. So type of things are there. Even that frequency of communication that we expect, freely communication, one device that usually we try to purchase, but it is not available in India, and we have to purchase from other countries. And when it comes here, that frequency is not matching. India is not giving that particular frequency for a farmer to use freely. So the frequency that we use, we are used to use freely, that particular frequency we have to communicate. So such type of issues are all there when a normal mechanism of transmitting data from one place. For example, if you see that this is type of a sensor which is used to collect what is called as the sap flow, they say. So the type of the amount of water it tries to absorb it. And you will have a particular graph after that, the stress, water stress we say. And for each and every plant, suppose you have a particular type of mango tree garden and you want to see the type of amount of water that is being capturing, the sap flow you want. Fitting this type of machines for each and every plant is not easy. And the cost for a normal farmer, you can think. For a professional farmer, they can know that they can do it and they can get a data like this. And whenever it says the day for the water level absorption is less, then he can give more water to that particular plant. And for each and every plant fitting such type of sensor, a costly mechanism for a farmer. And for the farmer, they will feel that it is right? So such type of things are existing to measure the amount of water that is being absorbed by a particular plant. This is only one example that I am talking about. And there are several such type of sensors. You see there, this is another sensor, a dendrometer, which is again used to see the diameter of the plant. When it absorbs the water, what will be the diameter? When it is not absorbing the water in the night time, or what will be the diameter? And you have to put some hole and put inside something like that. And you also have a belt which will measure the diameter of the plant to see that what is the plant water content, right? So such type of equipments connecting to each and every plant in a particular form, like mango farm or whatever farm that you feel, is most difficult. So these are always small sensors I am talking about, but the cost of each sensor will be higher. Transmitting data from that particular thing to a common place where a professional farmer will be sitting and trying to analyze this again. So we need to have such type of equipments, definitely, but it should be available freely for the common farmers, and so that they will do more experiments and the yield of India will grow to a particular level. Right? And there are sensors which we talk about from various industries. This is only one type of sensor I am talking about. It says that whether a particular, whether it can be apple, it can be tomato, it can be any other things. It will measure something called the total soluble solids inside the food, and the dry matter inside that particular food, friable acidity inside the food, external internal color. So everything it will measure, and it will say that what time the particular fruit can be plucked from the plant. And I have some videos from various countries where they have tomato plantation, 60 acres, just tomato, right? And they have robots which have some mechanisms to measure all these things, whether it is ripen, whether it's right time to take it. And they use robots to catch each and every tomato, and they do it. I will show a small video in the video. So such type of equipments are there which will be able to see whether it is ripened. Ripened is something, certain fruits and vegetables will provide something called ethylene. And this ethylene is the, you may be knowing, we are not familiar with these terms, but this will provide something called ripening, speed up of ripening. And based on the emission of that particular ethylene, this machine will be able to detect whether it's the right time to pluck the particular fruit. This only, I'm just showing the example of a banana, but can be applied to anything. So a few sensors that I am explaining. And for a small normal farmer, you think the sensors that we connect each and every place, you see that how many sensors we want to connect like this to see the soil moisture in each and every place. It's a big area. And one single farmer, he wants to walk every place, or he want to employ so many farmers and do it, see the soil moisture and all these things. So each and every place you want to sensor, not only a sensor, the power for the sensor, not only the power for the sensor, it has to transmit the data to a common place where the server is there. So that becomes difficulty for the farmers, but still if we have a lot of sensors connected throughout the place, that will provide a better understanding about the various things available, right? And they used to have something called drones, which will exactly measure which are the area which is actually water deficient, right? They will be able to understand based on the picture that is being taken from that. And they will be analyzed, and that particular region, they will be able to pump more water and or something like that. So they will clear cut idea. You can see the red regions which are in there. So such type of systems are all existing market, but too costly for a common person to. And you also have robots which will travel throughout the farming, small robots. Again, still costly equipments to buy for a common farmer to do the weeding purpose. Right? The big farmers, professional farmers, they have robots which will capture the apples. I was just last time trying to see some of the videos which are very interesting, which will try to the robots, a very big robot like try to get the apples throughout this particular form. So one small video I will show before moving to the next slide, so that you will be able to clearly understand the type of thing that is in the available in the market. This talks about.
We call ourselves farmers and futurists. We joke now that the robots are roaming through the hills of Appalachia.
Soilless, recycled.
Moorhead, Kentucky, population 7,500. In the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains,
around
a region
60
that has
acres
suffered
of land
economic
they are having.
distress.
So they're not your.
And tomato plants are growing with the assistance
They
of tech.
have sensors which will be able to.
So these are a little bit longer to go, but
Type of,
as you can see,
ripening.
a good vine ripe tomato without any harsh chemicals.
Still in its early stages, Virgo is an agricultural
A
robot
particular
designed
robot
to monitor and harvest different crops at their optimal ripeness.
So when you have a fleet of these robots and they're all doing this task over and over again, tasks that you can't even really simulate because interacting with a plant is highly physical. And so amassing that very unique data set that we have,
They have a sensor to
is what
measure
makes
the
this smarter
ripening of
every
the
time it goes
tomato.
to pick.
For
And
Chief
whatever
Technology
tomato
Officer
that
Josh Lessing, the entire operation of App
Try to-
Harvest also works like a robot.
It is
This
around 60
60-acre
acres of
robot that we're
land.
in,
Especially
it
for
allows you to control the
purpose
light,
of
it allows you to
tomato.
control the heat, it allows you to control the nutrition. If we can control the crop, we can steer the crop, we can forecast where it's going.
Really, almost every facet of what we do connects to sustainability. Running a greenhouse is energy intensive. We have a horizontal design, so we have amazing.
And the full video I'm not showing. One more thing I will show you regarding the sweeper robot.
Tech greenhouse food production yield.
so many sensors. We will try to collect the quality of
The camera operates
whether it
completely
is disease or
independently
non-disease.
from surrounding
We
light
try to
conditions.
see the ripeness of that particular variety.
It gives color images and a distance
Continuously
map.
captures the
This
image and
information
then
is
a
used for
particular
pepper
intelligence
detection,
applied to it
localization,
that can be
and
worked at
maturity
that time or
classification.
I'm not showing the entire video, but one more thing I want to show is regarding the big Apple plugging robot, which tries to plug something like that. But Indian scenarios and the Indian agricultural farm, whether we will be able to grow up to this particular level, I am not sure. But there may be some professional investors who will be ready to do such type of investment and provide employability for the common farmers is very much needed. So I'm going back to the slide because time may be limited. And you see that the entire portion, what we are talking about is the part where artificial intelligence is there or machine learning is there. And small thing that I want to explain about how the machine learning works actually, or AI works inside that. And it's very simple concept, but for us, what is important is to have labeled data. So initially, any machine learning or any AI that you want to train it to understand whether there is a disease, whether there is something, some issues on the particular tree, some type of signals that is coming. So whatever is there, we need to have something called labeled data so that I can make the machine learning to learn. We call it as training mechanism. We want to train the machine learner or the machine learning mechanism to understand what is already existing. So we need to have a labeled data. And the labeled data will come from the sensors. Suppose I want to create a machine learning which tries to classify just the small example I'm taking so that those who are not in the machine learning will understand it clearly. Suppose I want to have a machine learning which will try to classify between cucumber and banana. And so that I want to have some sensors which will try to collect the data, and based on the data that is been collected and labeled, I will train the machine learning so that whenever I show a banana to the machine learner will say that, okay, it is banana. Whenever I show a cucumber, it will say it's cucumber, right? So such type of things are needed. For that, once we have a data, any signal, any sensor will provide a data. For example, I am a soil sensor. Soil sensor, you will expect that all the times it will provide the correct data. May not be. Certain times rusting may happen on the particular sensor, so that the data that you are getting may not be correct. Certain times wrong value you will get. So you should be able to calibrate. Any sensor has to be calibrated properly in a particular field. I am buying a sensor. I cannot simply put it there and do the measurements. I have to calibrate it how well it works on my soil or my plantation things, and so that we need those data to be clean with something called, we say in terms of noise removal and other mechanisms. It can be image data, it can be a signal data, it can be anything else that we get from that. And once we have the clean data in our hand, our duty is to extract features from it. It can be image. From the image, we want to extract certain features, which is very important for the classification of diseases, classification of plant type, classification of heat type, classification of the type of pest that you are having the machine. And for example, for this classification, I want to have the size of the banana or size of the cucumber, weight of the cucumber, width of the cucumber, whatever measurement that I want to take. This one thing, color of the particular thing that we are having, we can take color, shape, texture, whatever. So different sensors I can connect all these things. Or I can convert the images that we get into different domains like frequency domain, wavelet domain, curvature domain. From all the places I can extract features. And these type of features, in addition, we can have additional features like what type of gases it emits, what is the rigidity, what is the solidness inside there, so that I can clearly distinguish between banana and the cucumber. So such type of other sensors can also be utilized to get the data. Once we get the data and the features from those data, our duty is to normalize it, because each sensor will have a particular data, it will of different values. We want to normalize in a particular way so that the machine learning will quickly understand or distinguish between the type of species that you are going to provide. So you have a feature normalization. Once you have the feature normalization, the features from various sensors will be very huge in number certain times, because we will be converting different domains and trying to get the features. We have something called dimensionality reduction to reduce the number of features. This is the next step that we used to do it normally. And then we have a machine learning. Any type of machine learning mechanisms can be used to learn it. There are algorithms, well-established algorithm available that will train it, and we'll get a trained model. Once we have this trained model, any different type of anything that we give there, right, to that machine learning, for example, banana, it will say banana. If we give something like, say, I want to design a machine learning which will say that whether the banana is ripe or not, right? So we can have like that. For each and every application, we have to design separate machine. For example, I want to test whether the banana is ripened or not. I want to train a separate machine learning. I want to distinguish between cucumber and banana. I want to have a separate machine learning. So different machine learning mechanisms, models, you have to train it for doing each and every experiment. And not only do that, for example, if you want to train this, you need more samples, and the model itself will be very big and very difficult to fit into small equipments like Raspberry Pi or something like that, where you have limited memory. So when you design a big experiments like this and do with lot of samples, your model, if it is becoming very big and it is very difficult to fit on a particular place or something like that, you have to transfer the data from one place to another and do in a server. And if you want to do in Raspberry Pi or something like that, sitting on the field itself, then the model that you are going to develop should be very less weight so that it can fit into the thing. Otherwise, the transmission cost will come. You have to transmit the data to a server, and the server will do the task. It's a very simple thing. So this is what we are doing. But what we struggles with as a computation intelligence people is that we want to get a good type of data, more number of data, and along with the agricultural scientists and other things to understand this type of disease that is happening and the type of mechanism by which they understand the requirement of a particular crop, right? Those things are very important for doing. This is the smallest thing if you understand from outside, but when you try to do the programming, the difficulty will automatically come into sense. This is actually happening in machine learning and AI. And as already told, there are a lot of machine learning algorithms like KNN, SVM, decision tree, neural networks, several things are there. Each one will have its own advantages, but it has to be trained properly based on a set of data that we are having. And recently, instead of extracting the features directly from each of the signals, you can directly give the images or signals to convolution neural networks. It will do all the tasks. Just you have to give the more number of samples, not samples. It can be signals, it can be images, it can be whatever type of sensor data. Directly you can give, no need of extra, whatever we have done earlier, like noise removal, feature extraction, nothing has to be done. The entire thing will be taken care by the convolution neural network. And the small program that we see, I don't have MATLAB now in my hand, but the code I will show you, a small code which will distinguish between the type of, for example, if I open this in say some WordPad. So this is the small code, right? So this is a big number of objects, fruits, vegetables, whatever objects, whatever type of objects. Google has made a training, and they have a model in their hand. And we use just that GoogleNet. We will be able to predict what is called as cucumber, different types of fruits, whatever. But still, if you want more type of access, the number of lines of codes you can see very simple. Already trained a model. If you want to train more on the type of varieties of disease that you have, you can train it. Like that, these type of specified trained models are available, which is trained based on certain types of objects. And if you want to have your own objects to be trained as similar to their GoogleNet, you have to have a good server. That server will help you to train with lot of samples. For example, a coconut tree which is having something called V-shape leaf cutting will come when it comes. I don't know the type of disease, and there will be some pest which are actually biting the leaf when it comes out, right? So suppose from the distance we want to understand the shape of pests are there in the trees. If from the distance we are able to get so many set of images, and those images we will be able to train using a Google Net, and the beginning itself we will be able to understand there are such type of pests exist in this particular field of crop. So such type of small codes are available, and machine learning nowadays it becomes not so difficult. We can quickly do it with small small lines of codes, because so many programming languages and other things are there which will help you to achieve this task. But only thing is we need to collaborate with farmers, agricultural scientists, and other people to come up with more solutions for them, right? Even the type of agriculture, the type of feed, everything can be done using convolution neural network. These are ecology. This is a journal, Ecological Informatics Journal, which published this particular thing. And as already told in the beginning, machine learning has application all pre-harvesting also, for soil understanding, for seed understanding, environment understanding, pesticide prediction, how much pesticide is needed, weed detection, disease detection, irrigation, everything. And the stages of harvesting also, skin color, size, firmness, maturity, age, fruit detection, and classification. In the post-harvesting page also, we can have something called temperature, quality, fruit grading, humidity. For each and everything, there are sensors available. And this using these sensors, smart farmers, what they do is they invest initially amount and have such type of sensors and automate it. And then they need only experts people who will be working there, and the yield of production will be very high. That is how various countries are doing now. But for Indian scenario, how much this type of things are possible? But each and every case, we have to do a lot of experiments and to come up with a big idea so that India will become one of the most agricultural producing country. And you can see that there are apps available which will say that what is the disease that your leaf is having. You just show that you can see that this has been developed by one of the smart phone application, where it's a leaf doctor, right? So you show the leaf, it will say what type of disease it is. And this type of apps are available. Several apps are there. 1 or 2 apps only I am showing. Plant identifier, you see a new plant, what type of plant it is, it will automatically identify that. So several such type of apps also available. Computer scientists develop such type of apps, and it is in collaboration with the agricultural scientists and the farmers. They will be able to get so much samples, and so that the machine learning will quickly. There are also machine learning bugs. If you show a smartphone to a leaf, it means that there is a camera which captures the photo of that particular leaf, and once the image is being got, machine learning mechanism will be there which will extract the features, then pass it to a machine learning classifier. The classifier will predict that what type of leaf it is, what type of disease it is, what type of pest it is. So such type of apps are there where machine learning can play a major role. And some of the initiatives that people used to do, this is from a state called Andhra, where they have Microsoft app to see when to have this sowing, so that they even have a mobile app. So you can see one place they take a mobile app and see the information. So several things are there, and the other applications that we talk about, if we talk about various other applications like species identification, selective breeding, soil analysis, disease detection, weed detection, water analysis, everywhere sensor data will come. Sensors are needed, and not only small sensors, sophisticated sensors throughout the farm field, because everywhere we want to continuously get the sensor. And once we get the data, the process that I have explained earlier, noise removal, feature extraction, dimensionality reduction, then a machine learning to learn it, then finally it will be able to do the task. So as earlier I have showed you, right? So field validation, for example, in one particular field, what is the type of watering that you are having? It will show in terms of colors. You have apps that will show in terms of color that which place the soil irrigation is high or low, something like that. So such things are there. You can see the place where you have not properly planted the plant. That also it will show in one particular area, and you will be able to understand about the other conditions of plants by seeing the leaf. And yield mapping, right? You will have a particular mechanism of mapping the entire yields to see that which are the places which is most important to take care of the particular field. And yield prediction, as already mentioned, we can have mechanisms to see the particular places. These are all something called palm trees. And from the drones, it has been captured, and the trees which are infected, the palm trees which are infected will be shown in red colors, and you will be able to identify. So those type of information we will get from top level things. So I hope since the time is limited, I am not further. I was having some applications, but MATLAB is not with me now. So that will help you to understand and what we are doing. As already told, I am not a farmer, I am not an agriculture scientist. We do little small farmings and small experiments, but we really do in department do the machine learning, AI and other applications. We can correctly collaborate with various agencies like CPCRI and other agencies, agriculture scientists, to do small applications which are very important for the normal farmers. What we expect is the farmers will get everything freely, not by paying huge amount, because the farming industry has to grow very well in India. By making the sensors and applications costly will make the farmer very difficult, because you know the low level farmers, poor farmers, facing very difficulty in doing those things, because our agriculture production should increase. That should be our aim. For that, whatever possible the things that we have to collaborate and do. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for nice presentation. One or two questions. If not, I request Manish ji to come out to the dais and present a memento to the presenter. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for tea. We'll break for 10 minutes and I will assemble here at 12:30.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I request all the delegates who are outside to assemble in the hall. We'll be moving to the session 3 now. Session 3, Smart Farming Way Forward. Smart Farming Way Forward. So today we have with us Mr. Jagan Mohan Balki, presently the Director of Arable Lab India Private Limited, Bengaluru. He has the MTech in Computer Science from IIT Madras, and he has more than 3 decades of professional experience. He was associated previously with the Synergy Infotech Private Limited, Sonim Technologies, Unique Business System, and Itron Inc. So we are very much fortunate to have you here, and I invite you to share your experience and knowledge with us on smart farming and its way forward. Stage is yours.
Hello. Hello. Is it okay now? Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Jagan, and I have my colleague Vikrant Oak here. He heads our data science team at Arable Labs, Bangalore. And incidentally, I and Vikrant, we both passed out of IIT Madras, and we both worked at Itron, and currently we work together at Arable Labs. So over the next 30 to 40 minutes between myself and Vikrant, what we will do is give an introduction to Arable Labs and the kind of problems we are solving and making a difference to the farmers and conserving the ecology. And after that, I hand it over to Vikrant. He is going to talk about what the future holds within Arable and beyond Arable, and also the technical challenges that the industry faces and how we resolve them. Okay. What does Arable do? So Arable Labs, we build this kind of devices. Okay. This is an in-field weather, soil, and plant monitoring station. So as you can see, we paid a lot of attention to its aesthetics, ease of use, and reliability. And we aim to be the Apple equivalent for the AgTech industry. Okay, so this is how the device works. In terms of the ease of use, it is designed to be used by a farmer. All it requires is just one GI pipe, and it doesn't even require any tools. He just has to hoist on the top of GI pipe, press a button and leave it. It will keep working. In terms of reliability, the device has been designed whether you want to use it in India, like the tropical weather, or even in the Northern Europe, which are close to the poles wherein you don't even get sunlight. The device doesn't even require power. You just put it once, press a button, and it will keep working forever. So that's the kind of reliability. And even in terms of the aesthetics, as you can see that we have paid a lot of attention to make it attractive. It is attractive, it is reliable, and it is very easy to use. In terms of what are the functions that it supports, it will give the environmental conditions like the weather parameters. Overall, it is a very compact device. As you can see, it probably weighs about 1 kilo. It gives close to 40 parameters related to the weather, soil, and the plant related information. So it gives about 40 parameters, and it can be used for your irrigation management and crop response and development, especially for the research institutes, wherein whenever you make a change, you want to know how a particular crop is responding to some of the changes that you're doing and how to measure those responses. So one end, it is an integrated hub with all the sensors and close to about 40 measurements. And the back end, we have a mobile and web application. So typically the mobile application is used by the field force in terms of taking action, in terms of capturing the information. For example, like you have a farmer, you are conducting a research project, and then you have the research person in the field. You want to know what is happening, you can take a picture, capture the notes, and then everything will be tracked to in the backend system. And we have some of our customers, they don't want to use the applications as such, and then they want to use the APIs. So if it is for a pure research purposes, all the 40 parameters, you will be able to get them using the API and integrate into your applications and your research projects. And third one is the mobile and the web application. That is something that is used when, like, let us say what Sir is talking about, some of the projects wherein you are monitoring it for, let us say, an entire district, and then you have deployed an n number of devices. So you will be able to monitor all the devices in one go, and then compare and contrast across each of the devices how various parameters are differing. Let us say in terms of the temperature, precipitation, relative humidity. You will be able to see it very intuitively on a Google Maps. And event-based alerts. So typically this is something that is an in-field station. And of course, the farmer can get the data from IMD and various weather stations. But if you see, the farmer is more interested in what is happening in his field. Like as Sir was mentioning, when you are taking it from a remote sensing, the level of granularity that you get is very restricted. A farmer wants to know whether it rained in his field, what is the relative humidity, and what is the solar radiation, what is the radiation that is being emitted from his plants. So this is something that basically aids them significantly in terms of making timely decisions. And a farmer wants to know, you may want to get an alert when it rained. This is something which is very common in India. The typical land holding is about 2 to 5 hectares. Whereas if you take in Americas, both the North and South Americas, typically the land holdings are in the range of about 100 acres plus. So the farmers tend to stay far away. And if they want to know whether there is a rain in their field, based on that, they'll be able to make a decision whether to visit the farm or not. So typically they stay about 30 to 50 kilometers away from the farm, and making a time, having the right information. Yes, yesterday it rained and this is the soil moisture. I mean, by the way, I'm an IT professional, I'm also a farmer. So I do know what typically it happens when we want to grow things like millets. We want a specific soil moisture so that it is not too soggy. And also we want to sow it at a time when it is not going to rain. So the soil should have specific moisture levels, and next 2 days it is not going to rain. So only then we will be able to get the best yield. So having this kind of information, and it is very important so that they can plan their operation. Of course, in addition to that, you can optimize your water and nutrients and disease prediction. I'm going to talk more about it. Spray timings. Can you move to the next? So in terms of the overall system, other than this device and the application, this is how the various sensors get integrated. So that's what you are seeing is our MARC platform. And you have the connected sensors, and the device has been designed in such a way that we have a lot of farmers, especially in the north of India, wherein they do a lot of greenhouse farming, polyhouses. So the device can be used even within the polyhouses. So you can use it outdoors. It can be used in polyhouses. And in terms of what makes the device, our solution unique, is in terms of the inexpensive sensors which are backed by very powerful machine learning models. That's what gives you very accurate information at a very economical cost. So what all the parameters that you can get from this? So one is the weather. As far as the weather is concerned, it will give you the rainfall, solar radiation. It will give you the intensity, and then at all through the day, what is the solar radiation that is downwelling from the sun, and also the radiation that is being emitted by the plant. So based on that, there are certain measurements that we make. The solar radiation, what is the air temperature, the wind speed, the relative humidity, and the vapor pressure deficit. And as far as the plant is concerned, NDVI and chlorophyll index and leaf wetness. So these are very important parameters. NDVI, I do not know, just for the people who are not familiar with it, NDVI is something that will give how the plant growth has been, and typically it varies from -1 to +1. If you look at it, probably the device has got sensors that look at about 2 square meters below that one. And if it is bare ground, it will be -1. But as the plantation, it keeps growing, it will saturate at about +1. So now as a research institute, if you really want to know when I have given a particular nutrient or water, how the NDVI has been increasing, that will make a lot of difference. So the NDVI, the canopy temperature, leaf wetness, they all play a very important role in terms of when you want to spray. I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. As far as the soil is concerned, it can measure the soil temperature, salinity at multiple depths. So the solution comes with the best-in-class soil moisture probes, which range from 10 centimeters to 120 centimeters. They measure at every 10 centimeter depth. You will be able to measure the temperature, the salinity, and the soil moisture. The crop models, ETC, again, this is for the people who are not from the agri domain. The evapotranspiration is something in terms of like the way we perspire. The plants perspire and then lose water. So to that extent, how much water you need to give, this plays a very important role. So we do measure the ETC and the growth stages and water stress growing degree days. The growing degree days, again, typically like depending on every plant requires, every crop requires a base temperature, and the additional degrees of the temperature that is there, it will give the plant the growth. What happens is, so for every crop you have at a various growing degree days. Now let us say when a plant has had a growing degree days of 100, it is supposed to flower. So now when you are able to look at it objectively, then you can see whether as the plant started flowering, whether it started fruiting, whether they are maturing. All those informations you will be able to make effectively. And the spray conditions. I'll talk about the spray conditions later on. So with all this, how is it going to help the farmer? One is it is in terms of optimize the water. So unlike in India, in the Western countries, the farmers have to pay for the electricity of pumping and the water charges. In India, typically both are given free because the farmers don't have to. Just because the farmers are getting it for free, it doesn't mean it is really free. Somebody else is paying for it. So it is a responsibility of all of us to make sure that we conserve electricity as well as the groundwater levels. So this is the kind of savings in terms of about $173 of savings per acre you get by using the timely, by having a good sense of what are the soil moisture levels and what are the evapotranspiration. And one of our companies where they mentioned that they were able to cut down the irrigation cycles from 9 to 5 using our solution. No, sorry. Pesticide use. One of the things is that lot of pesticide and fertilizers, they get wasted because they are not applied in a timely fashion. So typically farmers tend to overuse them. So when you want to spray pesticide, it is very important you have the right amount, right environmental conditions, like it should not be too windy, it should not be, the leaf wetness should not be there, and it should be at a right temperature. So what the solution provides is over the next 1 week, what are the ideal spray windows that you have? So based on that, you will be able to plan your labor, cut down your pesticide consumption. And the consumption, any reduction in the pesticide, it is going to save farmer the money. Also, it is going to conserve the ecology. Accelerated R&D. So this is something which probably is not applicable to the farmers, but all the big agtech companies like Bayer, Corteva, Syngenta, they conduct whenever they develop a new fertilizer, new pesticide, or a new seed varieties, they conduct the trials. When they conduct the trials, let us say they have to do about 100 field trials for getting accurate data. But now with the precision data, that is something that is measured automatically and they're able to collect centrally, they're able to cut down the number of trials, let us say by 30 to 40%. It will result in significant savings to the agtech companies. So this is a use case. It happened in South America. So it is for banana plantations, wherein looking at the NDVI index, NDVI and chlorophyll index for the banana plantations, they're able to predict the disease models. And typically they spray about 30 times per season. And then any reduction in the pesticide spraying cost is going to result in significant savings. So the any change, for example, it is more unlike the remote sensing models, the device is monitoring the plant growth on a 24/7 basis. So any change it will be able to detect immediately and you can take timely actions. So this is in terms of the ETC, it is and the water balance. So typically the way water works, it is the water is added by the irrigation and the rainfall, and the water losses they happen because of the evapotranspiration. So we have a water balance method wherein that computes. We do have a switch that can measure how much of time the water is being irradiated. Based on that, it can compute how much water is being added, how much water is being added through the rainfall, and how much is losing because of the evapotranspiration. Based on that, it is able to measure exactly what is the net water balance. So the spraying conditions, as I mentioned, like over the next 1 week, we have a very accurate weather forecast model that is from IBM. Based on that, the farmer gets very timely input, like, hey, in the next 2-3 days, you have a very good spray windows. So based on that, he can schedule the labor and procure the material. And when you are spraying at the ideal conditions, your wastage will be minimal. So we are conserving the ecology as well as saving the money. As far as our footprint is concerned, so we have presence across 40 countries all over the world, including India. In India, we have about 800 devices installed. So in North America, the Latin American countries, Europe and APAC, including Australia. So this is our footprint. It is about Araval. And I'll hand it over to my colleague Vikrant. And after that, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be taking over few details on how we go about doing things, what kind of challenges we have, and what are we planning, what is our way ahead. So I think the first point I want to stress is that this is a compact device. So we have multiple sensors that are integrated in one solution. And the way we actually achieve, so oh, okay.
Hello. Yeah, okay. Okay, so these are the kind of so what Arable does is for smart farming is what we have tried to summarize here. So the first step is okay. So the first step is to generate very accurate data. So this device helps you generate a lot of data which is related to soil, which is related to weather, and all that data is actually input. So what kind of data we measure? So rainfall, solar radiation, temperature, relative humidity, and so that is the kind of data that we generate. These devices are installed in fields, so you are getting a data at a you generate time series data which is at a very high time resolution. If you actually get the data from weather stations or satellite imagery, you are going to get data which is not with this kind of resolution. Then we analyze that data. So there are two models there. One is what you do on the device. So we are going to add a lot of edge computing. So that is something which we'll talk in the future. And we are currently doing a lot of processing which is in the cloud. So we send all this data to cloud. It does its processing, and basically then it comes with actionable inputs. So it generates a lot of data. You can actually optimize water and nutrients. You can do disease prediction. We are doing disease prediction. So let's let me use the right tense. Pest control, spray conditions, some of the things that Jagan talked about. So these are actionable. These are actionable inputs for the farmers. You can generate as part of the solution that we have. Okay, so I think I have divided this lecture in this seminar in three topics. One is the connectivity, the infield and the infield connectivity and the backend connectivity. The second part of it is related to machine learning and edge analytics, and the third is the computer, the vision and the way ahead. So we'll come to that. So the first problem that we got to solve is the connectivity. So there are two parts to it. What do we do in field? How do we increase the coverage in the field? It is not possible to install this device at every place. So we improve the in-field connectivity by Bluetooth BLE, the low energy. Okay. All right. So our BLE solution is supposed to answer the question of how do we increase the in-field connectivity. And then we are trying to use as much of the cellular technology we can use so that we can actually make use of existing infrastructure and provide good connectivity. In places where we don't have a good communication, we are also exploring the possibility of using low orbiting satellite communication, which is a better thing than just geostationary satellites. So this actually works perfectly fine with our kind of application. So I'll talk about that. So in-field connectivity. So I think most of you, if you are familiar with the Bluetooth, there's a low energy profile which is targeted at low energy devices, and it makes perfect sense for IoT devices. So if you see our device, this actually is battery powered, and it can charge using the solar panel, which is on this side. It can charge in the field. So you don't really need to charge the device once you put it on the field. So it is running all the time. But then it also has to be very efficient in terms of energy. So the technology that we choose also has a lot of bearing on the power consumption, and BLE is a good answer to that. So you can see that at a operating condition, you are actually lower than even 1 milliampere average current you are drawing for the kind of connectivity you get. And with the coded PHY, you can get actually a line of sight communication all the way up to 1 kilometer. So I think that's the choice, and that's the rationale behind it, why we have chosen this. There are other technologies, and I'm not saying that they're better or worse, but I think this also has the added advantage that when we come to the cost, they're very cost effective. BLE being so widely available in consumer electronics, the cost of BLE devices is much lower. It enables us to configure various modes, power saving modes. It also allows us to use them as repeaters so that you can get much wider coverage in the field. And in terms of availability, maintenance, and the time for which we can use this technology is quite long. So that's the advantage of using BLE as a technology for our in-field connectivity. So this is just a diagram showing how the BLE connectivity looks like in the field, where you have these repeaters, you have the wired sensors connected to the BLE transmitter, and then you have the hub, which is this device, which will then be able to connect to the cloud and send the data to the backend for further processing. So this is now the second part of the communication, which is basically connecting to the cloud. So if you see, what we are looking for is that we are looking for a low power, long range communication. which also is low cost. So I think all these things, these criteria are met by NB-IoT, and these technologies are now available in 4G, 5G. So they also provide a very strong support in terms of future usability of these technologies. So the typical application, we generate the data, and the way we compress it, the kind of bandwidth we need for backend is actually very low. So every hour, even if you don't compress the data and keep sending it to the backend, you are probably generating few kilobytes of data. And I'm talking about, we are getting the data every 5 minutes using these devices, where you are sampling the data at a much higher rate, but then you calculate the statistics of that and then probably generate every 5 minute one data sample for the backend processing. So the bandwidth, the kind of bandwidth you get with NB-IoT is around 200 kilohertz, 180 to 200 kilohertz. It also has this nice feature where it can listen at a very low power levels, so which is very handy for getting the long range. As I said, it actually perfectly suits for our kind of application where we want low power, and especially with this kind of devices. So getting a very low power modem, getting a good connectivity, which is perfectly suited for these kind of devices. So I think those are the reasons why we stick with some of this current technologies. So not to say that we don't support any other technologies. So whatever is available, we use that. So if you look at the way it works, is that it tries to find what is the best network available at a given place, and it will switch to that. And it will try to optimize in terms of the transmission error rate and the power consumption. The last topic is in the communication is basically the satellite communication. So in general, the satellite communication is prohibitively costly. It requires it provides you bandwidth which you don't need probably if you're going to use a satellite communication which is using geostationary satellites. But the low Earth orbit satellites is a good solution, and there are a lot of companies which are providing this kind of service. You still need a lot of reduction in the kind of data that you want to send. You don't want to send kilobytes worth of data every hour. You would probably want to send a very small, very compressed data to the satellite, and this satellite will be going over your place every once in a day, and you would be able to send your data exactly in that time. So it provides a cost-effective solution. I won't call it a cheap solution, but it's a cost-effective solution where there is no connectivity available. So this is one area which we are currently exploring. So this we don't support currently, but this is what we are currently looking at. The next topic I want to cover is about machine learning and edge analytics. So there are two parts to it. One is what we are currently using it for, and what is the scope for using it in future. So these are classical this is a classical definition of what is machine learning. So I don't want to read that, but I think the point here, so the first part here in this slide I have tried to capture is how we are using machine learning to improve the sensor accuracy and making it less complicated. So you might have seen that you have this, let's say you want to measure rain. So you have this tipping bucket kind of mechanism, which is mechanical, which is high in maintenance, and you have to keep it clean, nothing gets clogged into that, and a lot of moving parts which are prone to wear and tear. Whereas what we are trying to do is that we are using inexpensive sensors. So there are 40 odd sensors available as part of the Mark III device. So what we are doing is that we are using this inexpensive sensors, and then we are actually coupling it with machine learning algorithms to actually create a very precise data point for the analysis. I'll talk about some of these examples more, going to a few slides ahead. But I think the whole point is that you have less expensive transducers for measuring the same parameters, which you would have used much bulkier instruments to do the same measurement and come up with the same accuracy. We are trying to do that using machine learning models. The second part is, which is very integral part of our data generation and training, is our CalVal sites. So what are CalVal sites? These are basically sites which are our test sites, which are co-located along with the, let's say, IMD weather stations or other calibration facilities, where we can actually see the device accuracy and tune our machine learning models along with the reference data. So this is key to the machine learning that I talked about. I think what I just talked about was the first part of machine learning, where you are trying to refine your sensor measurements using machine learning. The second part of it is that you can also use it for deriving some of the parameters, deriving some of the outputs, which are then actionable by the end user. So, for example, the water solution is one such example, or you can get the spray timings. That is another such example. So here I have tried to list down few using machine learning what we can achieve. We can do a very precise rain measurement. We can use the we can do the air temperature measurement using this, where you are trying to apply machine learning on the parameters which are measuring from the device and applying a model around it to accurately estimate what actually is the air temperature. Okay, so here are a few examples of how the machine learning is getting used for generating accurate information. So air temperature is one such thing where you may think that it's easy, that you just measure the temperature of the air and you're done. But the problem is not that simple, because you have problems like wind and solar overloading, which will completely skew your readings, and you will actually get you will get actually wrong readings. So the way any machine learning works is that you first take the data, you actually extract features, and then you are trying to fit some model around it to do the accurate predictions. So that's what is done. So the parameters we are using for that is, say, air temperature. And when I say air temperature, there is a temperature outside, temperature inside. You're trying to measure RH value, and you are using all this data to derive some features out of it to do this prediction of what actually should be the temperature of the actual air temperature. So it will also use the sun radiation measurement that the device can do. So this is one such application of machine learning which will generate the actual air temperature much more accurately without using very costly device. The other example is the rain measurement that the device does. So if you see the device, if you see this device, the top of this is actually a transducer. So this is the top dome. This is the top dome, which is actually made of a material which produces a consistent audio data. So this is an acoustic transducer. So the raindrops hit on this, and we actually record the sound and analyze that to estimate the rain. So we don't have any moving parts to do the rain measurement. So this can be done looking at the sound that is getting recorded. You do further frequency analysis on that and generate a very good estimation of what is the rain. There are other techniques available like this. There are laser densitometers for rain measurement, but this is our choice. This is one of our patented technology we are using for rain measurement. the area which we are getting into now is actually edge analytics. And what we want to do is some of these machine learning models, which are actually refining the sensor readings, we want to move them to the edge. And the right step in this direction is that this device has dual processor architecture. It uses a separate processor for all the data logging and backend and the communication, the modem part. But then it also has a separate processor which is dedicated for the edge analytics. So the idea is that we can actually move all that edge and all these models on the edge and reduce the amount of data that we send to the backend. So here are some advantages of why we would want to do edge analytics. So one thing is that as I said, you want to reduce the data that is sent to the cloud. You may not have connectivity, and you may be actually going without any connectivity for long durations. It's a possibility. The other important thing is that you are getting a lot of temporal data, a lot of data with a high temporal resolution, which is you are not sending all that high temporal resolution data to the backend. So you are trying to calculate some statistics on that and then sending data every 5 minutes. Whereas if you are on the edge, you do have data every 15 seconds available from the sensor. So you do have much more data available, which you can use more intelligently to train your machine learning algorithms and do a better job. That is one. And then the second thing is you also are getting data which is specific to that endpoint, that particular device, which is a added advantage for doing the processing. So what is the use of this? You can take local decisions. You can do timely processing, decision making. So let's say you detected that there is a pest, and you don't have backend connectivity. You would take some time for you to figure out, okay, you need to do spraying. And we do have installations where we don't have a good connectivity. So this edge analytics, in that case, where the immediate decisions are of importance, I think this comes handy. The possibility of running distributed algorithms, that is another area which we are exploring, where we can use the data available locally across different devices and make some interesting inferences about the field on which we have the installation. So I think that's a summary of where we want to head in terms of edge analytics. I think we would have something put on these devices very soon. So we are currently working on that. This is another topic which is fresh, and I have some data to share, which is still a work in progress, but I think we have done very good progress in terms of the image. So if you see this device, there are cameras here. There are two cameras here, so you can see over here you have a camera, and you have here. So camera is used for taking pictures. So okay, this device actually is using just one camera for the optical range, but we have another solution where we have a thermal camera. So it's an accessory which you can add. I think we have a lot of plans ahead for the image processing, what kind of applications we want to implement on that. We are currently at a stage where we are able to take images, and we are still doing refinement to the image processing part and image capture part. But there are a lot of possibilities. So I've just listed few of them here. So one of that, which is a big ask from the customers, is that they want an in-field view of their crops. And if you go to a typical farmer farm in US, they have thousands of acres of land, and it's not possible for them to go personally check. So if you have multiple of these devices installed in the field, you can actually have a field view of what is actually happening on the ground. You can also monitor crop and soil. Crop and soil monitoring is one main application of it. You can also use this data for insects and disease prediction. So what Jagan talked about sometime back for the disease prediction was using other data that we have. So we do have spectral sensor data, spectral sensors on the spectrometers on this device, and they are already getting used for the disease detection and pest control. This is addition to that, where you can do image processing and get actually additional information, which is much more direct, not indirect inference from the radiation, from the spectral data. There are other applications like estimation yield. What is the harvest going to be like? So you can do estimation and prediction. You can do growth staging using this, phenome typing, and then crop sorting, grading. So these are just few applications, and we are exploring currently different parts of this. So this is still a work in progress. We are still working on this. So this is one of the future things we will have much more elaborate support on the device in future. This is the last part of what I wanted to cover, and this is even more exciting. So you do have the data from the satellite image, satellite imagery, and satellite data, weather data. So what we are talking about here is that fusion of this data with the locally in-field data that we are gathering. So the idea is that you actually cannot get really that good data from satellite, which is very specific to the local field. Some of the data, for example, let's say you're trying to use satellite, then even the crop shadow can actually skew your data, and you need to start applying corrections. There are other parameters in the weather which can actually disperse your spectrum, as well as it can also cause noise in the data that you are getting in the satellite imagery. So using that data along with the data which you are getting in the field actually opens new avenues for getting even more precise data, which is very specific to your field. So this is another area which we are exploring to collaborate with the satellite data and the device data and come up with something much more precise. So I have literally run through my slides. I'll stop here, and I think we can take questions if there are any. Otherwise, thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, both the speakers, for a highly informative talk.
I have a few layman's question. I am neither a scientist nor an engineer, and also I missed the beginning of your presentation. So I'm sorry if what I'm going to ask has been covered by in the few minutes. The first question is, it's a very simple question. What is the name of your device? Second, is it commercially manufactured and marketed? Third, what's the coverage means? How many such devices would be required for 1 acre of farm? The fourth one is very personal. Mr. Jagan is a farmer. Are you using the device in your farm? Thank you.
You can take the question.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, we have the device installed in our farm. And so basically the device is located, I'm sorry? Here also, yes. It is also, yes. My farm is located about 75 kilometers from Bangalore. Yes, we have the device located. Yeah. We use it for measuring the soil moisture, and it is the beta site. And we start using that even before it is released commercially. So in our case, we require the soil moisture to be measured near our mango plantation. So you're most welcome. It is just called the GJ Rural Ventures. So it is in about 75 kilometers, and most welcome to come and visit us. That is one. And second thing is that number of such devices required per acre. What we generally recommend, as I mentioned, that these devices are designed initially for the North America and Europe. Only now we are looking at it for the APAC countries. Typically, the land holdings are pretty large, and there we recommend one device for every 40 acres because they have 40 acres because they have monocrop. Whereas if you have, like, let us say, village with about 2 kilometers, let us say about 1,000 acres. So what we can do is that we can still use the device, but then it can be used only for the weather related parameters. You cannot install one soil moisture probe for every farm. So even with the weather related information, so what we do provide is that you will be able to support one device, let us say in the same climatic conditions. You can still use the climate specific disease models. So price is something, I mean, like, it is a little pricey at this stage, sir, for Indian farmers. The way we see it is that we give it like a hardware enabled subscription. So wherein the devices, there is so much of technology obsolescence. So, and also they are exposed to rain and shine. So rather than purchasing the device, so what we give it as a hardware enabled subscription, typically it comes to about 1 lakh per year. But what happens basically, if you are talking about, like, let us say one village with about 2 square kilometers, 2 by 2, and then you're talking about 1,000 acres. So now per acre per year cost is coming down to about 100 to 200 rupees. So if you can amortize it over, let us say, some 100 to 200 farmers over 1,000 acres, the per acre cost will be significantly less. But we do support 500 farmers just with one device. That is the technology that we have. We have a farmer can say that I want the rain alert or maybe the frost alert. They can get the access to the disease models. Even within that, even with one device, every farmer can, because within the 2 square kilometers, every farmer has his own cycle. Somebody may grow chili, somebody may grow potato. So you will be able to, a farmer can geographically decide, this is my farm. And based on that, he can get advisory for specific to his farms. Thank you.
So just to add to that one small point, so I talked about the BLE solution. So we are working on that, and that can actually improve the in-field connectivity, where we can actually put moisture probes in this 1 square kilometer area. So that's the range we are getting currently. So that can actually solve some of these problems, which can make it more affordable in terms of technology.
Any more questions from students? If no questions, I request Manish Raghavji to present mementos to the speakers. Thank you, sir. Let us move on to the fourth session, Artificial Intelligence for Farm Advisory. Mr. Atri Anand, a dreamer leader seeking new dimensions in the world of management. He is trained at premium management institutes like Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and IIT Madras, with hands-on experience in business development and people management. Currently building D-Flow Technologies Private Limited, an early-stage agri-tech startup handling operations, business development, cross-functional management domains, and incubation. He has previously worked with Byju's as Business Development Associate. During his bachelor's in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Government College of Engineering, Kannur, he has led the student-run technical organizations to the state and national recognitions within a short span of its relaunch, and was awarded a Best Student Leader in the state for the same. I welcome Mr. Atri Anand, Chief Executive Officer, D-Flow Technologies Private Limited, Malabar Innovation Entrepreneurship Zone, Kannur, Kerala, to educate us on artificial intelligence for farm advisory. Stage is yours.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais and my dear delegates. So thank you for the introduction. So basically we are a startup. This is my second session here at CPCRI. First was organized earlier. So I thank Murli sir in order to giving me such an opportunity, because in the first session, which happened in the last year, it was actually a breakthrough for us because we got into a partnership with Rubberboard just by sitting here. So during the course of journey to our startup as well. So let me the past speaker has talked about what exactly is there in terms of technology, the device and all. Actually, we are also similar to that. We have got the digital infrastructure there, and we are right now developing the IoT and other kinds of platform. So what I'll do is I'll just educate you on what exactly are we doing, but I'll just share our story and just share our experience so that it would be much clearer for you. So I forgot to mention our startup, D-Flow Technologies Private Limited, is an early stage agri-tech startup. So we are incubated at IIM Bangalore and Pusa Krishi Delhi. So what we do is we are on a mission to solve for the problems faced by the smallholder farmers in the country. So we provide a platform of assistance to adopt proper crop and production management, thereby improving the revenue aspects and the quality of their produce. So currently our base is in Kannur. So currently we are doing a pilot with NABARD with 1,200 smallholder farmers onboarded. And we are also into plantation management as well with one of the largest plantation management corporates, Tata Coffee and all, coming onto the board. So let me just, give you a framework. Most of the people might be aware of this. Just the agri-tech framework that we are working on, or the agri-tech framework that is already in place. So in the middle, you could see all the agricultural management practices that has been there. And in the top and in the bottom, you could see certain kind of technologies that need to be integrated in the agri-tech framework. So from the left, you could see upstream, and from the right, you could see downstream. So this is the complete agri value chain. And at each and every node point or value chain points in the complete system, there requires a lot of farm related advisories for the farmer as well as other critical stakeholders as well. So you could see in the left, you could see upstream input supply, pre-production, production, and there you could see these precision agtech technologies, robotics and mechanization, everything map onto that. And after that, moving on rightwards, you could see marketing, trading, marketing, processing, post-processing kind of a thing, which also require a lot of technology linkage as well in terms of supply chain technologies, warehousing, logistics. So at each and every node point of this complete value chain, you require some sort of a farm advisory or an agro advisory for each and every stakeholder which is in the value chain. Farmer, agri officer, agri expert, even the buyers as well. So this is the agri tech framework that we are in. And these agri tech, all these kinds of words have been there for the past 2 to 3 decades. But we are currently seeing a massive disruption in what is happening, owing to both 5G technology, and even in 2030s, there will be 6G as well. So owing to all these technologies, this is the framework that we are in, and everything that I'm explaining later will be linked to this. So that's the reason I put it on the first page. So let me just brush on to the key trends which are there in AI related to farming. So you could see the 3 pillars of AI, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision. So with the advent of, I think it's like 1,600, 1,700 odd agri-tech startups in the country alone. It's still rising, along with government infrastructure being there right now. it results in a lot of massive amount of data which is related to agriculture. So right now, what this is like a large scale database on machine learning, deep learning, and computer vision. So especially in agriculture, you could see specific kind of data being pooled to it, like soil health data, weather data, hydrological data, and market data. So everything is a subset of what we have in the agriculture stack as well. So this, when moved along, will help in building models of never seen accuracy and reliability. So you could see, the applications of AI even in our daily lives, like ChatGPT is one of the commonly used thing in the technology world right now, which is connecting common people as well. So technology has been trending. It's completely advancing, and it can help leveraging the agri-tech data. It can help in building models of higher accuracy and reliability as well. So that can be related to crop growth, pest attacks, climate stresses, and market intelligence. Ultimately, linking to the bridging down the cost, increasing the access and quality of produce. So ultimately, what the farmer or an important stakeholder like a farmer needs is bringing down the cost, right? Bringing down the cost, increasing the access to resources and technology, and improving the quality of produce as well. So this is how the key trends of AI is related to uses agri-tech data in order to deliver insights for the farmers as well. So this is a technical point of view connecting the agriculture data points as well. So moving on, this is the system currently at Deepflow. So at the core, you could see an AI recommendation engine, right? So I'm not going to that initially. So what we are doing is we are collecting the ground data from the farmers, which is quite been there for the past 5 to 10 decades, wherein the history of crop health management is there, soil history of soil test reports are there, all the statistic data which is connected or which is there with the government agencies. So everything is pooled. So that is one data point. The other data points is the data that we are getting from the satellite monitoring and satellite agencies as well. So you could see, as the previous speaker rightly mentioned, you could see a lot of data, remote sensing data, vegetative index, all kind of data points being collected, and that can be pulled to our AI recommendation engine, along with the weather data which is already available in the domain with the research stations and even the agriculture, KVKs as well. Along with the deep learning models, it comes down to the AI recommendation engine, which we have developed. So in that AI recommendation engine, what we give is we have specific unique algorithms as well as deep learning models, which gives out specific recommendations to both the farmer as well as the other supporting stakeholders. So as far as the farmer is concerned, he will be getting all kind of agro advisory and all kind of agri-tech services through our dedicated Farmer Assist mobile app, which is currently available in vernacular languages. The other one is a web app, a kind of software where the other supporting critical stakeholders like the agriculture department, the agri experts, even the FPOs, farmer producer organizations who are connected with these farmers, closely connected with these farmers, can also have a solution database. So this is how we have a kind of solution architecture for our stakeholders. So this is currently in the 4G model. So this was developed earlier. This was developed in the past 1 to 2 years. So in the past year, we have deployed it with 1,200 farmers, as well as agri-tech's other agriculture department stakeholders as well. So in a nutshell, what we provide is a unique platform for farmers to address multiple crops at a time. So that's the USP that we are bringing onto the table. So this is the thing which happened in the 4G era, which is completely gone. So let me move forward. So this is the 5G model. This model was, it existed in the past decade as well. But in the 5G, you could see a lot of disruption in terms of data latency, as well as interconnectivity with a lot of sensors and other devices as well. So you could see an augmented weather station. So that augmented weather station is a weather station that we have deployed in a rice field at Mayil in Kannur, which covers around 100 acres of land, delivering personalized weather forecast for 600 odd farmers based in that region. So that is one. So this will be connected with soil sensors, which is currently being developed from our end. And this will be deployed, and this all these sensors or add-on sensor or anything that can be add-on to that will be connected with this augmented weather station, so that every data associated with it will be uploaded directly to the cloud or the AI recommendation engine that we have. So another thing is the soil sensors basically does this soil NPK values, the electrical conductivity, and all kind of soil critical parameters that is required for the complete estimation on how the farmer is or the soil health aspects as well. So another thing that you could see is a quadruped agri robot. So actually we started our venture, we started our startup with that product, with that kind of an idea. So initially in 2019 August was our year of establishment. So in that year, we had an idea for a robot that could identify the weeds which is growing around the plants and removing it. So initially we got a lot of support from Startup Mission and all. But when we went on ground, interacted with farmers, we understood that what actually the farmer needs is completely different from what we have with us. So we pivoted from that point, and this is the solution that we have right now is a complete work that we did during the pivoting. But the robot got evolved during the 2 to 3 years that we were on ground. Initially, it was for identifying and removing weeds. But right now, what it does is it is used to effectively spray agrochemicals on crops. So we initially tried it with a lot of wheel or rover kind of models, but due to plantations and all kind of terrains that we have in Kerala and other parts of the country is completely rugged and sloppy, we wanted a design that could adapt to that. So that's the reason we got to this quadruped model or the 4-leg model, which is currently not commercialized in India, which is currently only available in US. But still IISc scientists are working on that. So that robot can also be integrated to this model, wherein it can remotely connect a lot of data, collect a lot of data on ground. So this is the future that we are seeing. The thing on the left part is currently we are deploying it in the last framework that I've mentioned. And this agri robot, what it does is it will be integrated in the later phases so that even the farm management activities can be carried out using that. So all these things is an add-on to this 5G technology or to the current infrastructure of 5G technology. And the reason that we did this in modular part is because farmers are very hesitant in using a lot of technology. Most of the farmers are not tech savvy. And ultimately, we thought of at least giving it 20 to 30% of tech and other kind of value management or value addition as well. So that's the reason, or that's the strategy that we carried out during the past couple of years. And right now, we believe that this is an ample timing in order to get, since we have a lot of data on board, we can experiment on giving this things to farmers as well. And even the data latency part has also improved. So that we could integrate a lot of devices and ultimately add value to the farmer as well. So this is the change that you could observe from the old infrastructure or the digital infrastructure that we have carried out and the new thing that we are doing. So, and everything that we have with us, we only have this AI recommendation engine and Farmers Assist mobile app built completely in-house. All the other things, what we did is we partnered with the pioneers in the industry so that the cost, which can be, ultimate cost that the farmer needs to pay comes down substantially. So that's the strategy that we have took, and it has worked wonders for us. So moving on, this is the farm advisory app that we have developed, and this is being used by 1,200 farmers in Kannur. So you could see all kind of insights or what all the farmer needs on a personalized level, starting from soil to water to yield estimation to credit linkage with banks and other financial agencies, to market linkage as well as price prediction as well. So we initially started with this disease diagnosis model, whereby we collect images of the crops, crop sections, leaves and all, and we run this image processing model and we get it. But the thing with disease is that it requires a lot of data models to train it, and even data points as well. Even the agriculture scientist we started with pepper initially. So even the agriculture scientist at Pepper Research Station didn't have that kind of database in order to give a value to the farmer. So we kind of pivoted our model. We again started with this soil testing as well, because we could carry out a lot of soil testing, normal thing that is already been on ground with soil testing laboratories as well. So, and moving on with sensors as well. So all the kind of inferences on what all critical parameters or dynamic parameters related to soil, everything will be available for the farmer, not just on a empirical level, but on an value addition level, wherein if, for instance, if the nitrogen level or even the organic content in the soil is low, we not only give that it is low and just giving the result, but what we do is we give a recommendation which is completely practical on the ground with available fertilizers that the farmer has. So even though taking into consideration the cost of the fertilizers as well. So that's the kind of user interface that we are delivering for the farmers, so that at the end the farmer is able to get value out of it. So, and water demand forecast, crop yield estimation, credit linkage, as I rightly mentioned, and including market price prediction as well. So what we provide in a nutshell is like, we develop certain standard operating protocols, which is part of these personalized package of practices. So we take reference from Kerala Agriculture University and all kind of research stations, bridged with what correction that needs to be done on ground, and which, when practiced on a strict basis, can enhance the quality of produce and improve the yield, which ultimately results in improved revenue margin of the farmer. So this is the framework that we've got, and we have cautiously developed it, because at the end, you don't want a lot of technical stuff going with the farmer. You just want to deliver what value he has to. Ultimately, business matters for the farmers. So you have to translate it to practical outputs and make it less tech savvy, so that even an uneducated or even a non-literate farmer can follow it. So this is about the farm advisory app, which we have developed in line with the framework. And other farms, so we haven't developed, or what we have did is, as I mentioned earlier in the slides, we took the agriculture system on a holistic model, wherein we are addressing each and every stakeholder which is critical to the value addition for the farmers. So we are also providing partner API services for the enterprise stakeholders. So beneficiaries like farming companies, corporate agri input companies, agri lending companies, and even development agencies. So what they can do is they can get yield estimation, disease diagnosis, risk assessment, market price prediction, etc. So one use case is what we did with what we are doing with Tata Coffee. So we are providing a kind of API services for them in order to do this crop yield estimation as well. So the other one is ERP platform, or a dedicated SaaS kind of a platform for supporting stakeholders. Like one of them is, for instance, talking about the Kannur model. We have reached out to the farmers through the farmer producer organization network that they have, which is already established with the support from NABARD. So all the farmers who use our application are part of this FPO or any kind of Pada Shekaram approach, or even farm society, which is already in place. So all these supporting stakeholder also require a kind of resource management service or resource management platform wherein they can have a lot of translate value to the farmers, or even do resource management as well. So one of the deliverables is like resource management, seamless data integration. And the recent thing is since we are partnering with NABARD, we have also got initial commitments with the state government organizations in terms of state agriculture department. In the past 2 to 3 days, we were at Vaiga Agri Hackathon held at Trivandrum, where we presented this model and we were awarded the first place for our complete model, wherein these agri officers could have a lot of value translated with our kind of service, since it is closely linked with the farmers. So this is another aspect where we can explore a lot of opportunities in providing critical support to the farmer, keeping in mind of the whole agri infrastructure as well. So I'm now stopping what we did on, what and all we did as a technical perspective. So ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, we need to translate it to results, right? So this is a result that we got from the past year's intervention with farmers in Mail. So with our crop protection models, our mobile application and personalized agri-tech services, we were able to reduce the crop loss in rice and Mail, 80% recovery for the crop. So this kind of, so you could see before and after. So initially it was like, we were kind of in a pressure situation, stressful situation, wherein a kind of pest, which we call in Malayalam Elachurati Puru, had attacked in certain Padashegrams in Mail. So this happened, like this incident, it wasn't there for the past 5 to 6 years. So it was a big challenge for us, but fortunately we turned it to a good fortune, wherein with our crop protection models, we were able to recover did was we did this small kind of modular services to farm producer organizations. So one among them was Chiradayam Black Pepper Producer Company, who is an FPO supported by this NABARD, and they are into black pepper. So all these farmers are having black pepper as a main produce. So they had around 2 metric tons of graded black pepper with them. So our task was to sell it to a buyer with much higher farm gate price. So with our price prediction model, we were able to predict what price was there, at which market the producer company could get more profit. So using our price prediction model, we were able to do the market linkage for these FPO with a profit around 30 to 40 rupees per kg. So this is how we channelized or leveraged our data science and AI background in order to deliver a transactional value or a business value for a farm producer organizations. So this is how, so what we believe is in a result-based management approach, wherein what all input that we give to a particular process need to be tracked, and it has to translate to any kind of value, any kind of transactional value, so that at the end, the beneficiary, even if it's a smallholder farmer, a plantation farmer, or even agri-tech stakeholder, can have a business perspective, a commercial perspective, so that he keeps on, we have that retention going, and he keeps on using our services, because we cannot make, especially in agriculture, we cannot do disruptive results with 1 year intervention. What we require is, we require a long run intervention wherein we are associated with the farmers for at least 5 to 10 years minimum, so that the soil conditions and every ecosystem aspects could be monitored, and we could get that feedback, and relevant thing could be integrated to our model. So this is how we believe our smart advisory using AI has worked. So all these other this and the other thing was completely, we were actually fortunate enough to get these results. So we believe to have these in the long run as well. At the end, summarizing what I wanted to convey you in terms of this AI advisory for farm and the supporting stakeholders in this smart farming 5G era is like we have got the digital infrastructure right. There is a lot of government policies which are in favor of supporting the farmers as well as stakeholders like us, even the startups as well as research institutions, and even a lot of immersion programs happening. Recently, we have a Israel immersion program organized by Kerala Startup Mission, wherein selected startups will be going to Israel and getting 5 to 10 days of completely monitored as well as structured program on what kind of technology exchange that can happen. We are also one among the selected startups. So we believe there is a lot of thing which is happening in this space, especially with the state and central governments investing a lot on this digital infrastructure. So we have to make use of it, especially you people in the audience, wherein there is a lot of people coming from this agriculture bachelor's background or even student backgrounds as well. So we also require a lot of people. So basically, even I don't have a background in agriculture. I learned all these from my advisors as well as my farmers. So we require a lot of talent pool as well as resource pool in order to make this happen. So yeah, we are rightly placed in this 5G era in order to deliver actual wonders to the supporting stakeholders as well. So we should utilize it to our maximum. And what we believe from or what we got from our ground experience in the past 2 to 3 years is technology is just 20 to 30%. The other part is completely execution and feedback. So technology should be a supporting thing rather than it should be like agri-tech, not tech agri. So that's the thing that I needed to convey to you from our experience on ground. So that's it from my end, and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Indeed, it was a pleasure listening to you, sir.
Yeah.
Shall we have questions from audience?
Yes.
Any questions? Otherwise, I will ask questions to you. Any? Okay, how many of you want to be employees of these two startups and firms? Anybody want to work in this line? Nobody want? Hand up. So if we are arranging a recruitment drive, will you be coming? That is not my interest. How many of you want to become our Anand, Atri Anand? That is why I am interested. I am not going to conduct a employee recruitment drive, but I want to I want to see that some of you come out as Anand. Is it possible? Will you try? Then only the meaning of this kind of seminars. Otherwise, we are just coming, meeting and eating and going. There is no point. Right? So any questions? Because these 3, 4, those who presented now, they may not be available for in the last session. So any specific questions to them, you can ask now. And you start asking questions. Yeah. This one.
Sir, as you mentioned that initially your robot, that quadruple your robot, that was doing like removing weeds by going to the site and removing weeds individually. But now it's just spraying hydrochemicals. Don't you think that it could have proved a better way? Like it is a way like we used to remove the weeds before any chemicals and pesticides. Before that, the weeds are removed by that method only. So it could have proved a better way to just remove the weeds rather than using hydrochemicals. So what were the factors that made you
turn to the hydrochemicals?
Okay, that's a good question. So, as I mentioned earlier, what we did was we started our venture with this weed, identifying the weeds and removing it, which was merely an idea. We didn't have a prototype on that. We thought of initially interacting with farmers, getting a validation. Ultimately, you need someone to pay for it, right? So we should not build something which doesn't add value to anybody who's using it. So it was merely an idea. So what we did was we developed a rover version wherein we have wheels. We didn't go for this weed cutting. So what we did was we deployed it on ground, just tested its motion, how it goes, and how can it reduce the farmer's intervention or a human intervention on ground. But it wasn't a success, or it was merely a failure. So after then, we kind of researched on what actually, so as I mentioned earlier, it was just pivoting. So when we went on to interact with these farmers told us like there was these rooted problems, like getting access to resources and technology, even though there is, there is certain research stations available in their neighborhood, but still they are not able to get an output out of it. So that was one. Another one is there has been a lot of diseases and pest attacks which affected on the crops as well. And the third one was like these farmers not getting, which is a usual thing, farmers not getting a fair farm gate price for their produce. So all these things added on to this unorganized farming, which was quite exciting to solve for. Because building a robot, I think you people might be knowing that side, because building an IoT device is quite an expensive thing. And we didn't have money at that time, to be very honest. So we initially thought of developing, we initially went on to this agriculture experts, whom we call, like one of them is Dr. Jairaj, who is heading the KVK at Kannur. And other one is Dr. Yamini Verma, who is heading the pepper research station at Kannur, PRS Kannur. So both these people, they advised us on what kind of approach that we need to follow in order to solve this kind of a technology. This kind of a problem in hand. So what we focused on was crop health or soil health per se. So if we focus on a holistic model, so if we do a holistic approach in solving a problem like this, specifically focusing on this crop health monitoring or crop health management, we can minimize the occurrences of diseases, so that can be taken as a least priority. So that is what we did in the initial year or initial 1 to 2 years. And we developed a model wherein what kind of factors actually influences the crop health or hinders the crop health. So that's how we developed that model. And so that's one. That's the first part. The second part that you've asked. First part is like, why going for the spraying? So when we thought of deploying it, developing it parallelly with our current solution. So we went on to ground. We went on to the farmers in the remote areas of Kannur. You might be knowing this Alakkod, Udayagiri, which shares boundaries with Karnataka as well. So these people were growing cardamom, small cardamom there, which is quite a big thing because cardamom is not a crop grown there in a region like Kannur. So we went to Spices Board. We did a lot of research on what exactly was happening there, because yield was very high and the variety was very resistant to diseases as well. So there we identified a problem wherein cardamom, small cardamom is having a lot of agrochemical application being deployed to it. So it's like for an acre, it requires around 75,000 to 1 lakh rupees, or the farmer requires that much money to be invested in manuring or fertilizing alone. Accounting or keeping into account of these labor charges, chemical application as well. So we gradually understood that these crops only need these fertilizers or chemical in the scientific or in the right amount. Which has a lot of factors like the age of the crop, the variety of the crop, what are the farm management practices that has been carried out. So taking into account all these things, we need to spray the chemical as well, which is not possible for a human. So which can be easily possible through a technology or leveraging technology, but the motion thing, everything is completely complex. So that's the reason we switched to this weed cutting to this chemical or precision agriculture per se. And this disruptive innovation, so as I mentioned earlier, the terrain that we were operating in is completely rugged and completely slopey, which these rovers cannot maneuver. So we had to switch to a kind of dog-like structure or a four-leg device so that it can move any given terrain. So this disruptive innovation won the Agri India Hackathon organized by Ministry of Agriculture and Government of India, wherein we got a seed money, pre-seed money in order to develop our product. So that's how it got evolved. And currently we are working as a separate entity. So Deep Flow Technologies does this farm management, all these software stuff. We have got Deep Flow Robotics, which specifically caters to this robotic needs. So I should not mention it here, but since it's an August occasion, the thing with rubber board, it is connected with the robotic thing. So that was the conversation that happened from here in the last session as well. So I think I've answered your question, right? The approach and the evolution of a robotic model to a translation model per se. Right? Thank you.
Your name?
Anshuman Mishra.
From UK?
Yes, sir.
What transport? Any question?
Yes, sir.
You can ask all these three speakers.
If a new farmer comes and meets you, is there any precondition for you to support that farmer, like any minimum land size, revenue, etc.?
So I didn't get your question. Your question is like what the farmer needs to pay.
Yeah, what's the farmer needs to pay you?
Yes.
And is there any limit in the land size, like minimum land size is required? What is the minimum land size that is required by the farmer for you to support them?
Yes, sir. So the it is completely a paid or a subscription thing. So we have an annual subscription model, wherein currently what we're running in NABARD, it's a special one of its kind of project, uniquely implemented in the country, where the NABARD is bearing 75% of the subscription cost the farmer needs or the farmer needs to pay. So the subscription cost is like 1,800 rupees per acre. So the NABARD model, 1,800, 75% is paid by NABARD. The other one is 1,800 per acre. When it add on, when the farmer is having a land holding above 1 acre, 1,200 is being add on. So likewise, for instance, for a farmer having 5 acres of land, he needs to pay 1,800 plus 4,800, 6,600 rupees plus GST. Then we'll be giving this app and related services along with systematic field visits if it's near to our location as well. So that's one part. So this pricing model has been specifically designed in view with the smallholder farmers as well. So even a plantation farmer can also approach us. The API service model is completely different, but for a farmer, he or she only needs to pay 1,800 rupees.
Your name? From?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trianand-ji, for nice presentation and interaction. I request Manish-ji to give a memento to our speaker. And many congratulations to the Deep Flow Technologies for winning award in recently concluded Vaiga Agritech Hackathon. Thank you, sir. We'll break for lunch now and we will assemble back here for the fifth session at 2:30 p.m. sharp. The lunch will be served at departmental canteen.
of UAV for agriculture or precision farming. Let's have a brief introduction about the topic. So what kind of unmanned aerial vehicle we can use it for precision agriculture? So what are all the rules and regulations by the government? So we have to follow some of the rules and regulations. So before using the UAVs for any kind of operations. So UAV stands for unmanned aerial vehicle. So you all aware of the drones. So drones is referred as unmanned aerial vehicles. Okay. So without onboard pilot or passenger on board. So it is referred as the unmanned aerial vehicle. So unmanned aerial vehicle, it can be operated autonomously or manually or semi-autonomous mode. So all the three in different modes of operation, we can use the unmanned aerial vehicles or drones. So there are different types of unmanned aerial vehicles commercially available for different activities. See, fixed wing, then it is a multi-rotor and it is a hybrid. It is a combination of both fixed wing and multi-rotor UAV. So nowadays, the drones or UAV are gained much attention because of its wide diversity. It's using the UAVs are used in precision agriculture, medical emergency, surveillance, mapping, then disaster management, monitoring of the crop health. So likewise, many of applications. So we are using the UAVs. So UAVs are broadly classified into different categories. Aeroplane, rotorcraft, and hybrid. So what is the difference between aeroplane and rotorcraft? Anybody? Aeroplane is an aircraft, so which horizontal takeoff and landing, which requires more space, and as also it requires more space for maneuverability, turning. So in case of rotorcraft, it is nothing but unmanned aircraft without pilot on board. So in rotorcraft, there are different classifications. So helicopter is a rotorcraft or aircraft, aeroplane. Helicopter. Helicopter is a rotorcraft because it is having a single rotor. So single rotor or multi-rotor. So these are the two categories in the rotorcraft. Hybrid, it is a combination of both fixed wing as based on the design, fixed wing as well as the propellers. Again, based on the power source, it is having both the energy sources, battery as well as engine. Then remotely piloted and model remotely piloted and autonomous. Remotely piloted aircraft means, so the aircraft which is operated without pilot on board. Okay. So modally remote piloted aircrafts, these are in small in size. It means less than 25 kg aircrafts, rotorcrafts are classified as the remotely piloted aircraft. Then autonomous, so the drones can be fly in autonomous mode by the computer or GCS ground control station at the ground. So based on the size, as per the drone rule 2021, so these are the broad different classification: nano less than 250 gram, micro 250 gram to 2 kg, then small, medium, and large based on the size. So in agriculture, now in India, it is permitted to use only small category drones, small and medium category drones for the various agricultural operations. So any unmanned aerial vehicle so needs certification. Okay. So there is one institute called DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation. So generally the UAVs are not permitted to fly without any registration or obtaining the unique identification number from the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation. So without registration or without license, if you are flying a drone or aircraft, it is an offense. So certification standards. So there is a Quality Council of India. It is an organization. So under the DGCA, which provides the type certificate for the drones as well as the aircrafts. So type certification, as we are having the registration certificate RC for 4-wheeler and 2-wheelers now. Likewise, it is a type certificate for the drones. So every drones should be registered in the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation, and they should have type certificate to use the aircraft. So application procedure for issuance of type certificate. So there is one platform, Digital Sky. It is a website under the DGCA. So under that website, you can apply for the registering your drones or rotorcrafts. So acceptance of approval given by the foreign regulator. So whatever the acceptance given by the foreign regulators, all the drones also needs to be registered under the DGCA. So imports. So now the India is permitted banned the imports of drones. So now they are permitted to only for the imports of some components, selected components which are not manufacturing in India. So then mandatory safety features, the drone should have the navigation system and safety system. Then exemption from the obtaining the type certificate in certain cases. Suppose if you are using the drones or rotorcrafts for R&D purpose, research and development purpose, or testing, or you are a manufacturer, so then type certificate is not required. But you have to operate the rotorcrafts in the green zone. In the green zone, you need not to take the permission from the any competitive authority. So registration of the unmanned aerial vehicle. So registration is mandatory. So before operating the aircrafts, airspace map, it is available in the Digital Sky website. Okay. So before flying, you need to cross check with the airspace map. Okay. There are different zones as per the DGCA. There are different zones like green zone, yellow zone, and red zone. So no permission is required to fly the drones in the green zone up to 120-meter height or 400 feet. Okay. So if you are flying the drones or aircraft in the red zone or yellow zone, you need to take the approval from the competent authority, air traffic control or highest competent authority of the district, that is Superintendent of Police. Then requirement prior permission, dynamic nature of zoning. Sometimes due to any emergency, they will make the temporary red zone or yellow zone. In that case also, you need to take the permission in order to fly the UAVs. Access to the Digital Sky platform. Just I will show. So this is the platform which indicates the different zones. This is the dynamic in nature. The prior flight, you need to check the airspace map. So it is not permitted to fly the drone in the red zone. Red zone in any airport area or defense area or electronic stations. So any surveillance organizations of Government of India or state governments. So it is a prohibited area. It is not permitted to fly the aircraft in the red zone. Again, one more is inner yellow zone and outer yellow zone. So you are eligible to fly the, or it is, we can fly the rotorcraft or UAVs, but you need to take the prior approval from the competent authority. In the green zone, so no permission is required to fly up to 400 feet height. So remote pilot license. So you people all having the driving license now for 2-wheeler and 4-wheeler. So likewise, we have to get the pilot license for operating the rotorcraft drones. Okay, it is mandatory. So without pilots, if you are operating the drone, you will be punished. If something happened, you will be punished. So classification, again under pilot training also, there are two classes, small category and medium category. So there are training centers approved by the RPTOs, remote pilot training organizations, which are approved by the DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation. They are imparting the training, 5 days training for the small category UAV and 10 days training for the medium category UAVs. Okay. So nano and micro, you need not to take any pilot license. You can fly the nano and micro drones in the green zone. The procedure for obtaining the pilot license, your age should be under above 18 years and below 65 years. The validity of license will be for the duration of 10 years. Then exemption from obtaining the license means for small and micro and nano category UAVs does not require the pilot license. For R&D developments, for research and development in any organization or private sector, you need some of the exemptions they have provided. So you need to operate in the green zone. So any startups or authorized testing agency, or you are a drone manufacturer, so type certification and pilot license is exempted, but you need to operate the drone in green zone only. These are the available UAV platforms, type certified models available in India. So these are the different models. So you can check with the Digital Sky website. So these are the different UAVs available right now in India for different kinds of activities, even for spraying, surveillance, mapping, and crop monitoring. So above 3 are the 6 drones are spraying drones, agricultural spray drones. The below one at the left side, it is a DJI Phantom drone with the multispectral camera for the crop health monitoring. Okay. So the right one, the last row right one, it is a hybrid drone for capturing the multispectral or hyperspectral images. So these are the commercially available softwares for 3D modeling and analysis. So commercially available sensors. One is RGB sensor, red, green, blue. It captures the light in the form of red, green, blue with a different wavelength. Then thermal sensor. Thermal sensor usually specially used for detection of the temperature signature detection. Okay, variability in temperature, and also livestock management also they are using the thermal sensors. Then multispectral sensor. There are different categories, different models in the multispectral sensors. It will capture the 5 or more. So usually 5 band multispectral camera is available. RGB, then near infrared and red edge. So these are the 5 different bands. So it gives the additional information to the RGB cameras. Then hyperspectral sensors. So the major difference between the multispectral and hyperspectral sensor is you can get the more accuracy and less error in case of hyperspectral. In millimeter, we can obtain the pixel size. But in case of multispectral, we'll get the pixel size in centimeter. When you are obtaining the data from satellite, it is tile basis. One tile is 30 meter by 30 meter. If you want more accuracy, you have to go for hyperspectral. Okay. So again, in the satellite based images, the processing time, pre-processing time will be less because of less spatial resolution. In case of hyperspectral or multispectral, it takes more time as compared to the satellite data because it needs more time, pre-processing time due to the high spatial resolution of the images. So these are the commercial softwares, Pix4D and Aegis-Soft 3D modeling for mapping, even student version and commercial version, and lifetime subscription is also available. So in the Pix4D software, mainly these are the 2 software used in the precision agriculture for crop health assessment or disaster management or livestock, soil stress mapping. So for the different kinds of activities, these are the 2 commercial softwares available. In the Pix4D, first we have to collect the data, then pre-processing, then pest pressure scouting, then analyzing the data, share and integrate with the UAV. So how it works? First, we need to have a UAV that is certified and certified UAV. You should have the UAV pilot license. Then you need to check the airspace map. Means if at all permission is required, you have to take the flight permission. So then you have to make the flight planning for capturing the images, then data acquisition and data processing. This is the sequence of operation. So applications of UAV for smart farming. So there are many applications in agriculture. By using the UAV, we can make the mapping, surveillance, okay? Then soil analysis. So we can make the soil stress map. So then planting and seeding, we can broadcast the fertilizer and we can broadcast the seed through drones. Then irrigation monitoring, we can monitor the irrigation. Then crop health monitoring. Then crop damage assessment, spraying application, water sampling, even phenotyping, then pollination. So there are many applications of UAV in precision agriculture. So I will give the two case studies. So this is the one case study, weed mapping in rice crop using the multispectral UAV data. See, this is the original picture taken with RGB cameras. One is rice, only rice, then weed, rice, crop mixed with weed. Again, it is the closer view. Then this is the weed alone. So because we need to take the spectral indices of the rice, weed at the ground, okay, to validate the models. So first is we are capturing the image. So this image is captured at the different heights like 50 meter, 70 meter, even at 100 meter. So if you are increasing the height of capturing the images, spatial resolution will be reduces and pre-processing time will be less. If you are capturing the images at less height, the pre-processing time will be more and it requires more time to process the images. Sorry. So this is the spatial distribution of the reference points over the field under investigation. So these are the two colors indicates the no weed and weed. So these are the points we need to collect ground truthing. We call it as a ground truthing. So ground control points, we have to take the latitude, longitude of the each point. So then we have to prepare the reference points. So these are after capturing the images through multispectral cameras, it gives the 5 bands, RGB, near infrared and red edge. So these at a single flight, we can capture the 5 bands in a single flight. So after capturing the multispectral images, we need to separate the different bands of the images. Then we have to stitch the images. Then we have to make the image staking. So all things will be done in the pre-processing by using the Pix4D software or AGSoft. So after making the orthomosaic, these are the orthomosaic images, derived products from the UAV data. So this color indicates, so these are the different color indicates the no weed and weed. This is the weed, red color indicates the weed and gray color indicates the no weed. So so what is the use of making the prescription maps? So we obtained the prescription maps prepared by the UAV. So these maps we can integrate with the drones or rotorcrafts, okay, UAV. Then we can apply the site-specific weed control or target-oriented spray we can apply. So one more application is spraying application. So this is the view of spray in Guava orchard. So it is a UAV, a hexacopter. See, so certain parameter we need to analyze in the spray drone. So the parameters we need to analyze is droplet spectrum, means droplet diameter, droplet density, then deposition rate. Okay. So these are the yellow color. These are the water sensitive papers. So attached to the top portion, middle portion, central portion and bottom portion of the tree. So in order to determine the droplet spectrum. Okay. See, the drone speed is 3 meter per second. Area covered is 1 hectare. Insecticide sprayed in 2 flights is 17 liters. Okay, actual field capacity will be is around theoretical field capacity is 3 to 3.3 hectare per hour. Actual field capacity is 2 hectare per hour. Drone height above the plant targeted surface is 2 meter. Spray rate is 1.96 to 2.36 liter per minute. So by using the UAV also, we can obtain the very good deposition as compared to the commercial sprayer, whether it is an knapsack sprayer or boom sprayer. So the farmer having the mindset like that, we have to drench the plant. Means if you are totally drenching the plant, then only the pest or insect will be removed. So if you achieve the required droplet size, so for example, insects on foliage, we require only 15 to 20 droplets per centimeter square. If you are achieving 15 to 20 droplets per centimeter square, it is more than sufficient for the effective spraying. Just to see the comparison. So this is a hexacopter spray, UAV mounted spray, and knapsack sprayer. It is uncontrolled. It is a control plot. So whatever the aphid control, apical tweak in the aphid population per 5 centimeter square. So very good control in the UAV sprayer as compared to the knapsack sprayer. So even due to the downwash of the rotor, so all the bottom and bottom of the leaf as well as the top of the leaves will be covered with the spray. So these are the benefits. It saves the time. So it helps in troubleshoot the potential problems. So provides the better data, then improves the health and safety, because as per the World Health Organization, so 20,000 people are dying each year due to pesticide exposure. So we can avoid the pesticide exposure to the operator by using the UAVs. It can save the time, it can save the inputs like water, chemicals, okay, and also it reduces the production cost. Effective and adaptive technique, less wastage of resources, and useful for insurance claims during the disaster management or any natural calamity. So we can make the surveillance through drones, and it is the evidence for the claiming the insurance. Some of the drawbacks of using UAVs, connectivity issues. So while you are flying the drones in the different places in the remote areas, at least for 1 or 2 minutes, you need an internet connection in order to update the map. So whether it is a weather dependent, then knowledge and skill set is required for the operator. Then initial investment is high for procurement of the drone. Then flight time is less. As on today in India, so we have the flight duration with payload only maximum 25 minutes we can fly with one set of battery, either with the 16,000 mAh or 22,000 mAh. We can fly up to 20 minutes with payload. So without payload, we can fly up to 30 to 35 minutes. Even hybrid drones are available with the highest payload capacity. So of 16 kg, we can fly the drone, hybrid drones up to 90 minutes. So it is a hybrid engine as well as the battery. Then batteries disposal. So we are generating the e-waste. So e-waste disposal is a problematic it may be problematic in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As an appreciation for Dr. Manjunatha for the time and valuable thoughts he has shared with us, I request Sri Chandrachudam, sir, to present a memento. Thank you, sir.
Okay, friends. Now this is the interaction session. Just before that, let us hear what our service providers want to tell us on these aspects. And followed that, we'll have some interaction. And I want to make some announcement also. So, sir, you can invite.
So, I request Airtel, please come over and tell him what is your plan for 5G rollout, what you have to offer in this area, what is your capability.
Airtel person.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll just show the rollout plan. Just a quick overview. And we'll quickly go through just few use cases of 5G, which includes smart agriculture as well. Okay, sir. Just 3 minutes. Next slide, please. Slide. So basically, this is for the generic awareness of how where we are now in 5G, where we started from the 2G era towards the 3G, 4G, and 5G. So there you can see like 1 to 10 Gbps is our what we are promising to give with a very low latency of 1 milliseconds. The next slide, please. So this is our Airtel's rollout plan and commitments for 5G. So January, we have already covered Cochin, Trivandrum, and Kozhikode cities. February, March, we'll be covering Thrissur, Malappuram, Kollam, Alappi, Kottayam, Palakkad, Kannur, Kasaragod, plus 15 other cities. That's what we are planning to cover. And by June, we'll be covering almost all main towns, which includes 135 census towns. That's our plan. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, this is our overall roadmap on how we are going to cover the entire Kerala. So by Q3 of 2023, we'll be covering 1,400 census towns. So that's the plan. And then quickly the use cases, it all depends on, the real agenda why we are here for this meeting is because of the 5G era, right? So I think I just need to quote out and say what is so important in the 5G era. Can you just, yeah. So here you can see on the left side is, on the black and white is what we are seeing is for the 4G. The main parameters of 4G, which includes the latency, mobility, peak data rate, cell edge data rate, connection density, etc. So on the 5G side, you can see all these have taken a considerable big leap. Okay, that is why 5G is so special compared to 4G. So here we can see the latency is very small. Latency means the responsiveness of the network. So how the devices communicate and respond. Secondly, the mobility, high moving devices and all. 5G is having 500 kilometers per hour support itself. Like even in metro trains, 5G will be able to support seamlessly. That's one main feature. And the peak data rate of 20 Gbps, like as we have seen in the previous use cases from a few startups and all, they were telling about video analytics, right? So that will require high data rate because live streaming from the fields require high bandwidth. So that is provided by 5G. and cell edge data rate. That is like even if it is a feeble coverage, we'll get at least 100 Mbps in 5G compared to 4G, where we'll get at the poor coverage area, we'll be getting only 5 Mbps. But 5G, if at least the coverage presence is there, we'll be getting at least like 50 to 100 Mbps. That will be good enough. Okay. And the connection density means the number of devices that can be connected in a unit area. So that's also very high in 5G. It's like 1 million per square kilometer. So yeah. So next one, please. Quickly. So these are the broad use cases. Today we are discussing only in the smart agriculture, which will fall in the second part, where this massive machine type communication is there. We have some other use cases by the application of drones in healthcare, in emergency services, autonomous driving, virtual reality, etc., etc. Okay, so just to showcase that. Next one, please. So this is one of the relevant use case. Basically, this is one of the pilot projects where Airtel have engaged with L&T and CDAC for smart agriculture. And there is one smart application in the Android base called Agro Smart App. So this I'll show a short video which includes all the use cases, which includes smart agriculture as well. Can you go to that link, please, on the video link? So just we'll show all the use cases just in a 3-minute video, which includes agriculture and smart farming as well.
This smart ambulance with a state-of-the-art equipment is a glimpse into what the future of healthcare would be. With multiple high-resolution onboard cameras, advanced monitoring, diagnostic and life support equipment integrated with a remote monitoring application, all connected with super speed Airtel's 5G network. It enables real-time critical support and helps pre-hospitalization treatment in transit. Here is a demonstration of how a 5G ambulance works. As the ambulance transmits the data from the patient, the doctors in the control room get a full view of the emergency situation at hand. With multiple angles, thanks to the onboard camera, the patient monitoring application and portable PC augmented with the connectivity of 5G. The doctors are getting real-time updates that are crucial to the life of the patient. This helps the command center to provide diagnosis basis the better knowledge of the situation.
In this use case, 5G is providing ultra-low latency and high bandwidth, which enables multiple drones to work in a fully synchronous way and transmit high-definition videos in real time in a factory warehouse.
Take off from its launch position, go through the aisle, scan all the inventory stocks and give its feedback to the software that we have developed. And once it's done, it's going to trigger a command by itself and return to its launch position, and it will land and shut itself down, all without any particular manual intervention.
Presenting AgroSmart, a yield as a service solution powered by Airtel 5G. Equipped with highly advanced smart sensors and cameras, AgroSmart helps farmers track, monitor, analyze, and evaluate parameters like soil temperature, soil moisture, leaf temperature, atmospheric humidity, and plant health. Airtel 5G's low latency and higher speed ensure that farmers across the country can make well-informed decisions for a better yield and improve the quality of crops. Using the AgroSmart mobile app, farmers can access the reports and alerts pertaining to the status of crops and the field, along with instructions to rectify the issues.
Presenting India's first VR classroom powered by Airtel 5G. ऐसा वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट रियल टाइम में चलाने के लिए डेटा सुपर फास्ट स्पीड से ट्रांसमिट हो रहा है वायरलेसली। साथ ही फिजिकल जेस्चर्स और कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग वर्चुअल एक्शंस के बीच कोई लैग नहीं। मतलब दो लोग दुनिया के किसी भी कोने से एक कॉमन वर्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट में रियल टाइम इंटरेक्शन कर पाएंगे।
Lag is gone, bro. No excuses, bro. No downloads. Game नहीं, ये 5G गेम चेंजर है भाई.
Just victory. The top gamers of India approve. And this is just the beginning. We are not stopping here. Say hello to the future.
At least you can mention specifically about the rollout in the Kasaragod area, because especially the student community is very much excited about the 5G.
Good evening all. We are from Geo, and with respect to rollout, we just rolled out around 1,250 sites all over in Kerala in 12 cities, including Kochi, Trivandrum, then Kannur, Chethala, Palakkad, then Malappuram, then Kollam, Kottayam, etc., etc. And as per our plan, we are going to honor the all district headquarters and taluk headquarters by 2023 December. And with respect to Kasaragod, it's in a plan and expected to be in next month. Yeah, and that's it from the Geo rollout scope and what our plan is. And we don't have much data with us right now with respect to the presentation or something like that. And but we have one video is there, like we are discussing smart farming 5G era. In this context, I think it's like showing, visualizing how like tech is supporting agri, like smart agri, that we can able to show in this video. It's a short video of 2 to 3 minutes. I think like we can able to visualize the things in better way and how it's going to be happen, like what our speakers said later, like previously, that will be get visualized here with respect to 5G. Thank you.
Agriculture is the backbone of India's economy and one of the largest contributors to the country's GDP. Geo through 5G network and 5G enabled products are set to revolutionize the agriculture sector and offer new possibilities. Precision drone powered by Geo through 5G network enables spraying of pesticides and herbicides at a targeted area, thus preventing a blanket spraying of harmful chemicals. This means India gets healthier crops and safer produce for her people. Geo's Gau Simriddhi IoT device can be tagged to cows in dairy farms. It monitors key bovine parameters to enable better milk production. Changes in patterns alert both the farmer and the veterinarian to take preemptive steps. With Geo through 5G network, the possibilities of IoT are infinite. On field, GeoKrishi's IoT device helps farmers track crop growth and take timely corrective action, thereby ensuring far better yields and lower cost of fertilizers, pesticides, and irrigation. IoT sensors are capable of reading soil moisture, temperature, and humidity with inputs from weather stations as well. Decisions based on the collective data can help farmers trigger irrigation remotely. Geo through 5G thus upgrades farmers with smart farming concepts and plays a major role in tremendous wealth creation for a nation
that's on its way to becoming a global superpower.
Thank you.
I think Vodafone Idea is yet to finalize there. Acha, you have some plans?
Yeah, good afternoon all. I'm from Vodafone Idea. So speaking about the network that we have now, we have almost, exactly speaking, 8,240 4G sites are available, which carry a lot of IoT traffic as well. So IoT traffic, we have vendors, small vendors, which provide solutions, IoT solutions to various other vendors and enterprise customers like taxis, cabs. So they already we provide a lot of IoT solutions also. Then coming to the coverage, we cover almost 98.8% of Kerala population, the maximum with more 4G sites, and with the uptime of 99.99%. So the downtime is very, very, very low. And with the continuous traffic and monitoring with the TRAI, the network is well optimized. Actually, one of the best in the circle with a very high precision KPIs. The call drop is only coming in the range of 0.5 and less. The threshold is actually very high. So comparatively, we have one of the best network in Kerala, one of the best network in country. Now, coming to the plan, around 500 4G sites are planned, which is going to be coming very soon. In addition to the 8,200, for the 5G, we have also bought. We already have all the spectrum here: the 900, 1800, 2300, 2500, 2500. We have all the spectrum. In addition, for the 5G spectrum, we have bought 26 GHz and 3300. In 3300 band, we bought 15 megawatts, whereas in 26 GHz, we bought 800 megawatts. So the rollout plan of that will be very soon. It will definitely come within 2 to 3 months. So that is the news that we have got. And then, yeah, that's for me. And coming to the, we know that TSPs play a major role in, because whatever smart devices that are coming, TSP is the backbone. And it's our responsibility to provide maximum network, quality network with the maximum uptime. And we are happy that all TSPs are doing it. That is the field that we have. And the continuous monitoring. TRAI is also very effective on that. Thanks. Thank you.
So the good news is that Kasaragod will be covered by 5G network in the month of March. So you can also experience the 5G speed and find out yourself how would be the user experience. Thank you. Kanjangad, Kasaragod and Kanjangad. Okay.
Any questions on 5G first? So that we can go ahead with other questions. Anything you want to ask? Or any questions to our speakers? Or general also?
See, till now our invited speakers were speaking. Now it is for the audience to speak out, especially the student community.
You start asking questions. That is, this is an opportunity to.
So, can you please explain the difference about using UAC and protograph? Can you please explain the advantages of UAC instead of using protograph? Yeah, advantages of UAC rather when compared to advantages UAV. Sorry, sir. Yeah, UAV.
In rotorcraft, you can hover at a single point, but it is not possible in case of planes or aeroplane or aircraft. Okay. And it is a vertical takeoff and landing. In case of rotorcraft, it requires less space. In case of aircraft, it requires horizontal takeoff and landing.
You can ask in any language also.
Hindi, English,
Malayalam, yeah.
Sir, can you explain about smart farming using LoRa communication? LoRa communication, long range communication.
So for the long distance communication, there are different types of mechanisms available, in which LoRa is one particular technology by which we will be able to communicate up to 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, something like that. In which other than what we normally use for Bluetooth and other things, very short distance. And this is something called long distance when we have big area and we want to transfer one data. For example, everybody talks about one equipment they will place there and a lot of sensors in the entire field. From the sensor that has to reach here, then only it will go to the cloud. So one way is to connecting through wire. That is not. So if it's a big area and having one equipment, we fix it one place for communication to a cloud. From each sensor you have to reach here. So we have the LoRa technology we use there so that the communication will be much faster. I am not in the field, so I am not able to explain more about it.
Pardon me, sir, if my question is blunder. My question is, till now I can understand there are various modern technologies for pesticide attack. If there is any attack on soil or any attack from air, pesticide, such thing, I don't know not much knowledge about it. If the what are the ways when an animal attack occur in a farm? Modern technologies like elephant attack on a farm.
For wild animal attacks, so these are sensor based, so even acoustics are available for snakes and all. And for wild animal attack, solar operated hooters. So it will creates the different artificially created sounds to avoid the wild animals.
There are a lot of infrared imagery is available. Normally, you have to place cameras anyway throughout the fencing wherever the elephant traveling is there. Even in midnight, you will be able to see certain animals when it comes and try to attack it. And as sir already mentioned, we will be producing some sound to reflect them back. It is only possible way. Or we have fencing that is very costly. Another thing is cameras, small cameras. We will place it in various places wherever the possibility of animal attack is there. And even in midnight, those type of cameras will help you to quickly identify the animals which body is very hot, so that we will be able to quickly recognize their movement by having a animal alert. So you will get an alarm that something is coming, and so that you can be alert.
Sir, I have a question for Dr. Manjunath. While using drone,
yes,
how do you account for the speed of, wind affected drift of, say, pesticides or anything? Is there any mechanism to overcome that? Because
Drift, sir,
yeah, drift.
during spraying.
Yes.
Sir, due to downwash of the rotor, it will not much drift the spray particle. So as per the report available, so the drift will through drones will be less than 4% as compared to the traditional spraying.
At what height this may be?
Sir, usually the spray will be taken on the targeted surface above 1.5 to 2 meter height maximum.
Thank you.
So till now we have seen a lot of solutions for a lot of smart solutions till now in areas of farming. Actually, a lot of them are very good and are, if implemented at the field level, it can give very good results. But if you see the actual practical usage of these things are now not used much. If you go to the field level, I'm not sure how many farmers are actually using it now. But if used, will give very good results. So what could be the reason why these are not actually advertised much? Is it the cost factor or is it any other limitations? If used, then we will have very good results. That's very much for sure. Why are they actually not using this?
Question is why the UAVs are not much used, is it?
Solutions are actually not advertised much, right? The actual low-level farmers who are using this are in the Kerala level, it is very limited, right? The number of users, actual users. I don't know whether I am wrong or not, or I am not.
No, specific to
All the solutions, all the smart things.
Yeah. See, those things are in the, what you can say, juvenile stage, not yet ready for mass application. But whereas UAV is now widely used, and the permission is there, and a lot of work is now coming out. And other things, automatic irrigation, such applications also there. Then mobile application for dissemination of technology, they are all popular. But the way smart agriculture, which we depicted today, it is actually in the infant stage.
Sir, even though there is sensors and drones for detecting animal when it is approaching a crop, how can we control an animal behavior? Like, is there any modern approach for it?
What the approach is already told. One is mimic its enemy or giving a shock. How cost effectively we can implement it. Second thing, the animals also intelligent. After few years or so, they will come understand that nothing, no worry for this kind of thing, they may come also. So it is a continuous process.
My question to Dr. Manjunath sir. Sir, all are trying to increase the flight time of drone, right? So I have seen nitro engines using in RC plane. Okay, so why we can use that same nitro engines in drones and increase the flight time?
It is a cost factor. So if you are increasing the flight time or payload, so automatically cost will be increases.
We can like less use, like we can save time, right?
See, we can save time. So 84% of the farmers in India belongs to small and marginal farmers. So they are not affordable to buy the high cost machineries or equipment. Okay. So now the drone cost for spraying per operation, which costs starts from 4.5 lakh to 10 lakh.
One more thing, see, again, UAV also, only past 10 years we are hearing it. So when the battery technology and all improving,
Yes, sir.
automatically you will get a longer.
In agriculture, we are using since 2021.
Sir, recently we have observed that a new telecom bill has been introduced. So in that we are getting knowledge that the technologies which include like apps which include the messaging system in their apps, they have to get a license and authentication from the government. Actually, is that affecting the freedom of the software builders to just build something new and try for it without an authentication and just releasing the beta versions and all? These are just the freedoms for the software solutions that that doesn't need any authentication and all. But if this is introduced in the system, then even is it will it just kill the freedom, or it does have more effects on that?
Are you telling that the new telecom policy, the content developers or the application developers are covered? That's your concern? What's your concern? I know to follow your question.
Actually, sir. Actually, in the new telecom bill, it was we have a knowledge like a rule is introduced that the softwares which include that, like the apps which include a messaging system, they have to get license from the government authorities.
I understood you. I got your point. Firstly, to tell you this telecom policy, what you are mentioning is still not approved. It's a draft one as of now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in this draft also, there is an effort to avoid the duplication between the telecom messaging and the services they are providing and the free services which are being offered by various applications. Okay. So like a telecom service provider is providing a SMS service. Okay. And whereas there is some application which is also providing a free messaging. So there is a loss to the of the tariff to the telecom service provider, as well as the important part is the national security. Because when you are having unregulated services being run in a country, it can be misused. So that's the reason government is trying to have some regulation over these kind of services which are running in parallel with the regulated services. Understood? But final print is yet to come, and we'll get to know. And there's no discouragement for anyone to develop a new innovation which is happening, but in consideration to certain factors.
As of now, no authentication and no spectrum is needed for the messaging systems in the various apps. But if they'll provide some spectrum to the apps, they'll just charge something. Like telecoms companies have to pay some amount to get the spectrum. The same is being followed in this system also. Then the free messaging apps will start charging something. Will it be okay? Maybe it has some national issues and all, but is there any alternative to that and all?
No, you only answered the question. You said the service providers are paying for the spectrum, the licenses and other things, whereas the other person is just offering for free. It's maybe unfair also. But more than that is the other issues, the security issues, how we regulate this sector is a question which is being deliberated, is still not final. And daily you must be seeing in the newspaper something or other comes, whether the OTT should be regulated, whether these free services should be regulated or not. So it's an open question as of now, I'll say to it. Okay.
Manish, I will add few points. I understand your concern. See, there is a proposal. Actually, if you see what you call the OTT services, there are services which almost imitate or replicate the telecom services, messaging, call, etc. See, there is a proposal to bring them also into the licensing regime. That's under discussion, but that doesn't mean a licensing regime doesn't mean that the entire aspects of the service will be regulated. There could be a license that's for government prerogative, but we don't know whether what all aspects. See, now there telecom also, there are what you call the mobile service operators, there are wireline operators, there are ISPs, there are telecom service infrastructure providers. They are all licensed or authorized, but they are regulated or controlled in different manner, different degrees. So we don't know whether there could be a licensing regime will come in for the OTT players in future, but it doesn't mean a licensing regime doesn't mean the all aspects of which you said, like you mentioned, the freedom of some creativity or something, every aspect need not be licensed or controlled. So let us wait for the NDP to come, how the parliament decides to enact it or so. So till that comes, but your fear about license regime, the license doesn't mean that each and every of your actions, the government is going to control. Depends upon the kind of service or activity the government will like to control for reasons like national security, etc. So let us wait what is going to come up.
Still majority of the Indian farmers are poor. Then how can you implement this method among them effectively? Because UAVs are a bit costlier. Okay. Still Indian farmers are poor. Majority of the Indian farmers are poor. They are not financially well. So how can you implement this method effectively among them?
See, Government of India is already announced the subsidy for
See, first and foremost, Indian farmers are not that poor. See, for example, Indian farmers are only feeding some 80 crore people free, because government is giving free food, but that is produced by Indian farmers. And if it is not an economically viable activity, people would have migrated to some other activity. And our government also supports a lot of incentives, starting from something like a bonus of 6,000 rupees a year to many schemes. Then organizing farmers into farmer producer organizations. That is a company type architecture. So, and we can see that we are progressing in this line. Second thing, we are also promoting this cluster approach that is called FP also. There are also these clusters. A group of farmers, maybe 25-hectare area for farmers, that may be 50 or 100 farmers, or even 150 farmers. Collectively, they can do things so that their input cost will be reduced. Then there will be sufficient things to market also, if collectively they market. So like that, we are progressing. And then we have the custom hiring facility. For example, drone need not be purchased by everyone. For one panchayat, 2 or 3 drones will be sufficient. 2 or 3 tractors will be sufficient. 2 or 3 paddy harvesters will be sufficient. So that will be kept either by a private agency or government agencies like Krishi Vigyan Kendra. Every district, we have Krishi Vigyan Kendra. And of course, that will be a little bit far off place from other parts. So you can have 2, 3 custom hiring centers in public and private sector. They can give the modern equipments that nominal cost, whatever the real cost. So these are the developments. And I also request, if some of you are very serious about doing something interfacing with agriculture, and if you want some 1 week or 10 days exposure, training or visit to this institute collectively, not one person like that, from a school, college or university, we can do it for you. Through your principal or head of the division, you can approach.
It's a question that everybody can answer because it does not come from a point of a student, but then a person who has worked with the farmers. My question is, traditional farmers, like farmers have used traditional farming techniques all throughout this age and era. So when you introduce something like smart farming or anything related to technology, it is always a fear to everyone, not just the farmers. As individuals, when we talk about AI, and as students, when you talk about AI, it seems like students getting a job is very difficult, has made it very difficult for a student to get a job because of the invasion of AIs. So when it comes to farmers, who have traditionally farmed all these years, when you introduce something like smart farming, how is their reaction to it, and how are they handling it when you say that when you're actually not even questioning, but then when you're interfering with their traditional farming techniques and methods?
Certain questions, see, your question is for future, so that future only will tell. But from the past experience, we can some guess. So such a fear was there when tractor was introduced. Such a fear was there when computers were introduced. So do you think that the introduction of computers reduced the employment opportunities or increased? Similarly, telecom also. See, if you start thinking that all that PCB people, that the public telephone booth people, their job will be lost if I introduce the cellular phone, then what would have been our situation? So we will be progressing. There will be, when something new come, more opportunities will come, but we have to update ourselves. See, after 5-6 years of introduction of smartphone only, I started using it because I was very happy with the other one, without WhatsApp or anything, because I was not having the courage to use. But when I started using it, now I cannot even see that such a old phone. So this is the human tendency. Fear will be there, but through our training, you have to undergo management training also. Not only this, whatever we study, AI or machine language, etc. But you need to get management skills also. All are required for our life, for career as well as for life also.
Sir, this is entirely based on telecommunication. I have a project idea of similar like Google Pay. If someone asks me to transfer 1 GB of data, I may have transferred the 1 GB of data. If that person asks 100 MB, I can transfer 100 MB. Is it possible for me to implement such things?
Should be. See, suppose you worked in this field and you have, even one ward, you will get around 2,000 farmers, 1,000 farmers, one ward. Suppose you work in a district, you can imagine how much data you have with you. Suppose Vodafone want those who are using more this agricultural aspects, or FSCT or some fertilizer company want who is using more fertilizer, they will approach you. They may approach you for the selective data or raw data like that. So that possibility is there. See, you can think and come out with the startup in that line. May or may not success, but thinking that is very important. Not that all our ideas will bring innovation and all will become Byju's and all. But that attempt, our approach and attempt will be more counted. Think on such things. Okay.
Sir, it is not based on agriculture.
See, are you talking about reselling data?
Mobile data.
Mobile data. See, that you cannot be got, because you should have a license, or you can become a reseller of one of these licensed operators. Okay. And there is also a scheme called the PM Vani. The same concept. Just the concept is already in place. There is a scheme called PM Vani, where you can sell this data, 1 GB, 100 MB, 200 MB like that. So called Wi-Fi DABA. Okay, if you go to the PM Vani, there's a scheme. It is already there's a scheme. So you can resell data the way you are thinking and now proposed. Okay, PM Wani, PMWANI. That scheme is already there. They can you can try it here.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I understand. This is, that. I mean, your service. Yeah. But you think in much more better way, bigger way. Yeah. So any more questions, or we will go for our winding up session? We'll wrap up. No, I will wrap up. Yeah. Okay, friends. Altogether, it was a very good success because of your presence only. So thank you for coming and interacting. And I am also very much excited by hearing our learned speakers. So what I foresee is, with the approach of Manjunath, that is UAV applications, whatever the former speakers told may get further, I mean, what you can say, modified. There are tremendous scope for modification. You can imagine. So how drone can give data to the other smart agriculture applications and receive data from such things. So I will explain a small story. So as I mentioned, we have here the Kalpa Agribusiness Incubation Center. We support entrepreneurs to come up with the products and services. So one of our co-incubatee was General Aeronautics from Bangalore. They were actually incubated by IISc Bangalore in the UAV manufacturing and application development sector. So they came here for trying pesticide spray for Aracanut. Our Dr. Hegde sir was the main person behind that. Then we found that spraying is not to the mark. See, from the down it is easy. Canopy spraying is easy. But here, Aracanut, you see, bunches are down the canopy. So in the inter rows, it has to go and spray upward. So their nostrils were not suitable for them. So they started inventing on that. I think, what you can say, research on that. Meanwhile, we had a collaborative project also to identify pest and disease attack in coconut. So it may be very easy if you think. For us, it is very easy. If you go and see whether this problem is there, it is very easy. But how a computer will understand? So it took almost 2 years, different algorithms and this thing. So they finally come out with the identification of crown, identification of the damage. Then damage caused by what? Whether it is a pest or a disease like that. Now again, once you identify, you have to go for curative measures. So that also not yet completed. But during this period, they were very much interested in these application developments. Their company was taken over by Adani Defense. So see the opportunity they got, you see. So much more value and much more money is there when defense application than agriculture application. So what I'm telling is, when you interact with the domain experts and develop things, you don't know, you cannot imagine where it will take you. Sometimes it may take you to different places. And another thing, when our Prime Minister said that feed the world, it doesn't mean that we produce in India and give. See, we have counterparts at African countries. Many of our Indian companies are taking farming in those areas. So we get opportunities to work there also. We means you people can get opportunities to work in agriculture and even smart agriculture in outside India also. So these are the opportunities I see, and I hope you will be further intensify your studies and your learning, because computer learning is a challenge. Unlike maths learning or physics learning, once you learned MSc, PhD, finished. But computer is not like that. Every year or every half year, things will change. So you should be very, just like doctors, they refresh their idea, prescription. No? Every time drugs will change, they have to update. So is the case with the computer specialist. So be prepared for such a very hectic career. And I am also announcing that we will be going shortly to announce the Rural India Business Conclave 3rd edition, which will be having a hackathon. So last 2 years, 2020 and 2022, we had the hackathon. Some of your colleges might have participated. So please wait for the announcement. There will be very challenging problems. It is organized in collaboration with the Kerala Startup Mission. So if your problems or if your solutions are worthy, commercial value is there, you will be taken by for further incubation by the Kerala Startup Mission also, just like our Atri Anand. So these are the things I want to tell. Now, I think we can wrap up with a vote of thanks. I request Dr. Chandran to propose vote of thanks. Or one more announcement. You can make.
Feedback form is given with you in registration kit. Please kindly fill the form and submit here. And your feedback is very important. Thank you.
So before winding up, I request our director in charge, Murali sir, to, as a token of our love and affection, we would like to give our small gift to the officials from TRI. I request Murali sir to hand over to Chandrajudan sir first. Manish sir, or now Chandrajudan sir. I request college to come to the stage. Our college. So good afternoon, and we are coming to the end of the one-day seminar, and I hope that most of the targets what we had before starting the program could be met. If you could take home with some sparks with you, because ultimately the event is successful when the stakeholders get benefited. So I hope that at least few of you will be coming with some ideas for our Agri Hackathon, like Murali sir told. Maybe within 1 month it will be there. So because any program, when it has to be organized, definitely there will be a lot of effort put in by many, maybe in front and back end. So it will not be fair if we don't acknowledge the efforts put in by individual. First, I was the organizing institution. Would like to express our gratitude to TRI, who has come forward with an idea that a seminar will be hosted and in the domain of agriculture. And we were very happy to accept that idea. And as the face of TRI, we give our appreciation to Chandrajudan sir, then Manish sir, and our college who has come over here and being with us. Thank you very much. And I thank our director, Dr. K.B. Hebbar, who is not here today with us. He readily accepted the idea of conducting the seminar here. And I thank, on behalf of all of us, our director, Dr. K.B. Hebbar. And the most important thing is Dr. Murali sir, because when Sir is the pillar of support behind this program. Once he says, yes, we can conduct, it's a big confidence what it gives. And thank you, sir, for being with us for all. And I thank our coordinator, Dr. Jayashekhar. I think he could not be there with us throughout the program. He was one of the coordinators of the program. And actually, this idea came through Jayashekhar only because Chandrajudan sir is a close relative of Jayashekhar, and that is how we could get a chance to host this program. And I thank Dr. M.K. Rajesh and his team because he was there always whenever we needed help. He will be there with a helping hand. Thank you. And all his team, all those who, Ashwita, Zaima, and all, Jasmine, and all other team who were there for the reception. I thank our Harish GS and team who were there for the hall arrangement and all other support with audio visual aids. I thank Dr. Murali Krishna because since it was taken by Murali Krishna for MC role, there was nothing I had to do. He has done everything by himself. Thank you, Murali, for doing a wonderful job. I also thank our Mr. Manohara and team for the travel and food arrangements. And I thank Krishnan Nair for and the team for the accommodation. And Sulojana Nair and team for the arranging the reception part. And it is also important to mention few names from our division who are all behind this. Mr. Jasim, Mr. Purushothaman, Mr. Albin and Jason, and Asha Mol and Chitralekha, who were all behind the scene working for conducting the program. And I didn't miss anyone, I hope. And we are very much thankful to all those who have joined this conduct of the program. But most important thing is the experts and the audience, because we have got the 5 experts from different parts of the country, and Dr. R. Rajesh from Central University, and he had readily agreed to send students also for the program. Thank you very much for your kind support. And Dr. Santosh Mitra, who has delivered the first lecture in this seminar, and Dr. Manjunatha, who is here with us now today, for delivering the lecture and readily accepting our invitation. And Dr. Sri Balaki and Sri Atri Anand, who have delivered a wonderful lecture, and I hope that those lectures will be very much useful to you. And it's very important that how you appreciate the presentations and how you take the message from here. I appreciate you all for being with us today. And I also thank on behalf of TRI and CPCRI for all the heads of divisions and principal of LBS College, Central University, Central Aloysius College, Sahyadri College, for deputing you all, the young minds who will be taking forward these ideas and concepts. And always, I will be failing in my duty if I don't thank the representatives from different telecom operators, Jio, Airtel, then Vodafone, and thank you very much. And if I miss anyone, please excuse me. Thanks are to all, and thank you very much. And I hope that this will be taken forward, and we will have more opportunities to interact further in future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So all the registered students will get a certificate in their WhatsApp or something like that.
We will be giving because you might have registered with the mail ID, so we will be generating an e-certificate in a digital form and will be communicated to you.
And then, as our Rajesh sir told, we'll have a group photo after national anthem.
Yeah.
Outside.
Yeah, thank you.
So.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड कलवङ्गा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So after the group photo, all are invited for the high tea, and after that we will disperse. Thank you.